Greetings and welcome to the People's Ascension. We are here to start a brand new journey. And as with any brand new journey, it wouldn't be a premiere to a new show if there weren't holdups and technical difficulties. So my apologies for being later than advertised, but we are almost all set. I need to fix the cameras again. Because of course that got messed up. But we are here to begin our journey, our premiere episode for RPGs Uncovered, where my goal is to show that it's not as difficult as people think to start a new game, to learn a new TTRPG system from start to run in your first game. So hopefully, my aim here is to showcase this amazing game that we're going to be playing in the next couple weeks, and hopefully get everybody to a point, myself, my players, and you guys to a point where you could run or play in your own game of Veil of the Void just from watching this stream, just from watching this particular stream, and then showcase throughout the next couple weeks through a short mini series all the different rules and whatnot, and actually demonstrate the rules and gameplay through a mini series. So that is the plan. Let's start off. Actually, before we get into introductions here, let me ramble nonsensically for just a moment while I get everybody's faces in the right box once again. But we are joined by Trever Archuleta. Did I get the name right? Yeah, awesome. The creator of Veil the Void, so he's here to make me feel super anxious about running a game for the person who literally wrote the game. But he's also here to, give us creator insight and really break down the rules and whatnot.
Yes.
All right.
Don't worry, I'm not.
To both.
I'm just excited to
Right.
be here because I never get to play. So
Don't worry, he's just going to be quietly sitting there judging you the whole time.
Yeah.
But I mean, you should be used to that because you play with at least two of us normally.
Very true. Very true.
I'm excited. I always love seeing how other people DM this game, so I'm excited to see how you do it.
All right. Okay. Well. Just so everybody knows, because streams can be sometimes difficult schedule-wise just to watch the whole thing from start to finish. If you can't stick around for the whole thing, this will be edited up and put on YouTube as well as the Twitch VOD, so you can drop in, drop out as you need to. And I'm gonna make a whole bunch of resources available for showcasing this game and showing off how to play it. So if you are not if you are not in our Discord server, the People's Ascension has a Discord server. You can find that linked below. We're going to be talking about Veil of the Void, going over our characters, going over the story. Trevor's there now to answer any questions you might have. So Discord is a great place to do that. I'm also on Twitter. We'll get to introductions as to where you can find all of these fantastic people in just a second. And I also have a Patreon and a Ko-Fi, which I believe are down below, where you can help support the series, and I may be dropping various different guides and insights and character sheets and NPC sheets to showcase the game and give it a little background insight into the upcoming miniseries that we're doing. Any support that I get for RPGs Uncovered will be going back into RPGs Uncovered. The more support I get, the more support I can throw back to other fellow creators and indie designers like Trever here. I picked up the PDF for this game. I would love a physical copy of the book because the artwork is magnificent. And I just like physical books. But
it is really great artwork.
It really is. It really is.
Yes, it was worth every dollar.
I won't argue because it's great.
Oh, and the paper in the hardback is so good too. So
trying to sell it up,
just staring at the same page for 30 minutes, just like
yeah, it's pretty.
Yep.
But basically, any support I get through that is going to go straight back into the community, purchasing PDFs or even hard copies of other games that I can showcase on Veil of the Void, working on getting music and artwork and whatnot, and even going into the development of perhaps my own system, which is a sort of tangential goal I have for doing RPGs Uncovered, being able to explore all kinds of other systems, see how everybody else does it, see how rules are broken down, see how table of contents are made, and then I can use all of that research while teaching you guys how to play games to make my own game. But long-term goals. For now, let's get into RPGs Uncovered. This is when an animated logo would pop up if I had the support for an animated logo. Anyway, let's introduce everybody. We have Taylor and Arlene here. Anyone who has been following the People's Ascension for a while now will recognize them from our People's Ascension Dungeons and Dragons game. I'm glad to have them along with us. They're going to be exploring a very new system, very new different style play, very new characters. So it should be drastically different from what you're used to from my Dungeons and Dragons game. But let's start off with the guest star here, the man of the hour, Trever Archuleta himself. Hello, Trever. Thanks for joining us, first of all. Creator of Veil of the Void, a fantastic system. Feel free to plug yourself, say words about yourself.
Say words about myself. Well, hello. Thank you for having me. I've been watching your D&D games. They were fun to watch. So I was super excited when you wanted to show off Veil of the Void. So very honored to be here. Always have fun. But basically, the best way to figure out more about us and Veil of the Void is you can go to our Twitter, which is at Publishers SDG, or you can follow our link tree, which is just linktree / Veil of the Void, which gives you all the fancy links. So
All right. Yeah, and feel free to drop any of those fancy links in chat.
oh, okay. That works.
Yeah, if you want to drop Twitter, if you want to drop your website, and actually if you want to drop the link to the quick start guide, that may be helpful for people to follow along. That's something I love to see from creators when they're willing and able to drop a quick start guide for free, because
Mhm.
Trever here has all the base rules you need to play this game, available for you to take a look at. Of course, there's more in-depth rules. There's a huge section on creating basically everything for this game.
Mhm.
Everything is broken down for GMs as to how you go about creating NPCs and spaceships and spells and potions and items and all kinds of stuff. But the core mechanics that you need to get into this game quickly and easily, is available for free. And we're gonna be using that
Mhm.
to go through this system. So everything I'm referencing to our to play and whatnot is going to be available through the quick start guide. Once we get into character
Awesome.
building, we may show off just little tidbits from characters from races and species that aren't in the quick start guide.
Mhm.
But everything you need to know is there. So feel free to find that and follow along.
Yep. Demo book's a great place to start that.
Okay, next up we have Bravin, who I'm very excited to have on my side of the digital DM screen, because I'm used to him GMing me over on his channel. So hey, Bravin, how you doing? Tell me about yourself.
Yeah, hey, thank you. My name is Bravin, as we just told you. I am super excited to be here because, like you said, I have DM'd some one shots, a number of them in the past. Actually, you've played with me a few different times back when I was still actively streaming. But yeah, for those of you out there, if you want to find out more about me online, I have a currently dormant Twitch channel at DM Chronicles, and then really, if you want to get in touch with me now, either to be a player or to DM a game or something like that, I'm always excited to get involved with other channels and get involved in TTRPGs and things like that. Then you can find me on Twitter at DM_Chronicles. I'll drop that link in the Twitch chat. And I also just want to say that I have been maybe a little bit sheltered so far in my experiences when it comes to TTRPGs. I have experience almost exclusively with D&D and then a few mini systems aside from that, but really getting into another like fully fleshed out system like Veil of the Void is really exciting, because it's something I've been wanting to expand my horizons when it comes to that for some time, and this was the perfect opportunity for me to do that. So thank you. I really appreciate being invited to the stream, Jack.
That is exactly the goal, to broaden people's horizon who are used to playing a singular game, usually D&D. But I've heard a lot of people say it just takes too much time. It's too difficult to learn a new system. So I'm just gonna stick with what I know. I think that's a fallacy. And I'm gonna showcase. I'm gonna hopefully show off that you can really quickly and easily learn how to play a new game and broaden those gaming horizons. Also, Bravin has a great YouTube channel. I was doing other things while you were talking, my apologies. But if you didn't plug your YouTube channel, he has a great YouTube channel, so you can go back and watch all of those amazing one-shots, because I had a blast playing in those one-shots. They're masterpieces of Dungeons & Dragons content.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
And we'll have to check that out.
I'll grab the YouTube link real quick and drop that in chat as well.
Yes, I am noticing that links aren't working right. I usually don't moderate for myself because I'm doing other things. I don't know if Taylor, you are able to do that. But
no, it's just showing up as,
as
asterisks, and it's not giving me an option to do anything.
Okay, I might have to play around with some settings, but I'm not going to worry about that right now, as I say, while I'm worrying about that. Anyway, while I'm worrying about that thing I said I wasn't going to worry about, we of course have our other two players, which you are probably familiar with, but let's start off with Arlene. Hello, Arlene. I don't know if you have words about yourself to say.
Hello. Greetings. My name is Arlene, and I'm here to play this new game, Veil of the Void, which I have never played before in my life, so I'm excited. Really it.
Yeah.
I don't have much going on. I'm just here to play and have fun.
All right.
So excited and ready.
Okay. I think that's all we need. And then, of course, rounding us off, we have Taylor, who will be joining us as well. Hello.
Hi. I'm Taylor. Much like Arlene, I'm here to play a game and have some fun.
All right. Yeah, that's
I'm tired as I'm having to read. I'm having to completely swap my sleep schedule around. I'm tired.
That's fair.
Oof.
Okay. Well, I think I fixed the link problem, but you might need to go back and post those again. If it doesn't work, I will be dropping all of those links myself throughout the stream, either on break, afterwards, whatnot, just to make sure everything is made available. Okay, let's jump into this now. First off, I mentioned this to my cast. I encourage them, and I encourage anyone watching along in chat. Nightbot's being a problem. That's what it is. I encourage everybody in chat to ask questions and just make comments, because we are here primarily for you guys. So if you have any rules questions, any setting questions, thematic questions, feel free to drop those as we go along, and we'll be attentive and try to answer them. But we're going to start off with the basic core mechanics for this game. And I found that when I look at a new system, because I've been looking at a lot of new systems recently, looking at games I want to include in RPGs Uncovered, looking into other games I want to play, looking into other games to use as inspiration for my own game that I'm writing. I've looked at a lot of table of contents, looked at a lot of indexes, looked at a lot of books, and that is really the best place to start when it comes to really critically trying to break down a game and pinpointing exactly what you need to know. It really helps to have a good table of contents. And that's probably my first compliment to Trever here. This is a great table of contents. I've seen some bad tables of content where things are out of order. You don't know where anything's at. They use like narrative titles instead of just saying what the chapter is all about. Yeah. So Veil of the Void, the rulebook for Veil of the Void breaks everything down, tells you exactly where it is, what you're looking at, and is really laid out pretty much every step of the way in tables of contents. It's not just like here's combat, these 15 pages or whatnot. It breaks it all the way down in the table of content. So if you do want to open up the demo book, the quick start book, you can see that it's the first page. It's the third page. First page is fantastic artwork. If you want to take a look at that.
Yes.
Yeah. So what I sorry.
Very specific. Sorry. I was very specific when I made the organization layout for this book because I can't stand disorganization at all.
Yeah, that's my biggest pet peeve when looking at a new system, a table of contents that is either too small, too big, or too disorganized. So this is a great example of a good table of contents. So what I like to do when looking at a table of content, and this is usually from a GM's perspective, because I tend to run more games than I play. But when looking at a table of contents, I like to really pinpoint what the most important information is going to be, and to look at how large of a section that particular set of content is. So Chapter 2, Rules, is really from page 12 to page 23. So 20 about 20 pages max. Not even. I'm doing math wrong. That's 11 pages. 11 pages max.
Yes. 11 pages.
And there's and it's not just, giant wall of text. There's artwork, there's examples. So almost everything you need to know in order to play this game from a GM standpoint or from a player standpoint, sort of removed from character creation, because that's something you kind of have to look at separately. But as far as core rules breakdown, you get all of that in 11 pages with really helpful examples. So that I found very useful. But the most important place to start, personally, I feel, is just looking at exactly what the dice rules are, because there's a lot of different systems out there now, and most people are familiar with the 1d20 system, 1d20 plus modifiers plus proficiency, whatever you want to call it. The Dungeons and Dragons system uses 1d20. There's a lot of systems that use 1d20, but D&D 5e, with how prolific that is, that's a prime example of a 1d20 system. This system, Veil of the Void, uses entirely d6s, six-sided dice. And I'm not sure I want to call it a fistful of d6 system, because it doesn't get nearly as large as Shadowrun per se, but it is a d6 system. And it's broken down into it's actually very easy to break down. You don't need to worry about too many different sources for where you're going to pull from your pool to create your dice pool. I mean, you basically look at your virtue, which is your attributes, your main character stats, and then your skill points. Another helpful tool for following along would be the character sheet. And that is perhaps my second greatest compliment to Trever here. A fantastic character sheet. This character sheet, it's a fairly long character sheet, but I don't think that matters too much in this digital age of role-playing games. What is this? A 7-page character sheet, but that includes a lot of space for notes, both game notes and character notes. A whole page dedicated to spells and expanding on your classes. So you can scrap a few pages if you don't want all of that. If you're, say, playing in person and don't want to carry around a whole binder. I like carrying around a whole player binder, but the biggest thing with this character sheet is that it's almost a cheat sheet, a guide, and a character sheet all combined into one. Pretty much everything you need to know is right there, very well organized. So just above skills, you see exactly how skill points work and the perks that you get from having a certain number of skill points. It's all broken down in a very easy to read fashion.
Good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
I tried very hard to design it.
So the core mechanics for this game. It's a D6 system with a sort of 1 out of 3 chance for success if you break it down just individual dice. Ones and twos are failures. They count towards failures. 3s and 4s are neutral, and 5 and 6 are successes. And that's mainly it. You build a dice pool out of your virtue and your skill. And each skill is... what's the word I'm looking for? Each skill uses a particular virtue to build that dice pool off of.
And they can use multiple virtues as well.
Right.
Depending on which one it is, which is fun.
And most of that comes down to... narrative interpretation of how you want to use that skill. Just like in D&D, we're probably going to be making a lot of D&D references because that's what most people know. But you can take pretty much any skill in Dungeons and Dragons and equate it to a different attribute. Say a charisma-based stealth check for blending into a crowd. You can basically do the same thing in Veil of the Void, but that also is laid out the most common uses for virtue attributes for each particular skill is laid out just next to that skill in the skills section of the character sheet. So you build your dice pool with your virtue and bonus dice you would get from your skill points. And we're going to go into, the step-by-step to how to build a dice pool and how to resolve checks in just a moment. But that is the base dice pool. And then the main way of augmenting your dice, the main power you have as a player to really pull the strings of fate and make the dice in the system work in your favor is basically threefold. There's 3 really cool rules in this game. One is the Pip system, and this isn't something I've seen from a lot of games, where you can actually add pips to your dice. For instance, let's say you roll 4 dice and you get a 1, a 3, a 4, and a 5. So you have a 1, that's bad. You have a 5, that's good. But you have a 3 and a 4, which don't really do anything for you. You can add a pip to that 4 to turn it into a 5, and now you have 2 successes. So there's a Pip system. There's bonus dice, which are added on top of your base pool, and I think that's a really good way of making sure that everybody has a set base pool to work with, and no matter what sort of negatives you have, you always have some means of actionability. There are things that add bonus dice and things that decrease bonus dice, but to my knowledge, there's not anything that decreases your base pool.
Yeah, there is not. That's very important.
So you're always going to at least roll your virtue. And finally, there is the auto hit and auto miss dice feature, which I think is another fantastic new system to play around with. Depending on various abilities in the game, but I think most the big source of this I think comes down to GM discretion, I would say. It's
Mhm.
basically like the D&D advantage system. If you want to
Yeah.
if you want to reward somebody for really thinking critically and having a good idea, or really going all at it in roleplay, you can award them an auto hit dice. So that
Mhm.
is separate and added on top of your normal dice pool. Whatever your dice pool would
Mhm.
be, if you are given an auto hit, you turn that to a 6 and you set it on the side, and you are
Yep.
going to have that success or that failure if you are given a auto miss dice. That's a 1, and you put it over on the side, and then you roll your pool and add all of those autos on top of that.
And what's funny is a lot of people underestimate how scary auto misses
Oh,
can
I'm
be.
sure. Yeah.
People are
No, that
always,
sounds terrible.
yeah, it's terrifying.
That
People are
sounds
always,
I'm like, no, I don't want to miss.
no, people are always saying, "Oh, I hate getting negative bonus dice." I'm like, no, 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 because auto misses can't be
Right.
adjusted at all. So if you get a bunch of them, it's just bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
tension.
Terrible.
Hmm?
It's gonna add a lot of tension to the game.
yeah.
Sure.
I'm gonna try to be
Mhm.
fairly liberal with my use of auto hits and auto misses to just showcase how useful and how detrimental they can be. So I'm gonna be trying
I don't know how I feel about that.
Great.
reward fun roleplay.
Great.
I look forward to it.
We're
Yeah.
excited.
Sorry, this
to-
is taking me back to when I was playing Reet and you threatened to give me disadvantage on terrible puns.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Keep in mind, this was a character that specifically took Tasha's hideous laughter so that I could
Oh.
do terrible
Well,
puns.
like I said, this is going to be a drastically different flavored game, so bring them out.
Run away. Yes.
Yes.
But I'd say the really after that, and we're definitely gonna go more in depth into this. But after that, the only other big core mechanic that I would say you need to know is critical failures and critical successes. Unlike in a 1d20 system, it's not just a roll of a 1 or a roll of a 20. You have a critical miss or a critical hit, respectively. This is in Veil of the Void. It is determined by the number of 1s or 6s that you have, and 1s cannot be manipulated by pips and whatnot. You roll a 1, it's there, it's stuck. The only way to get rid of it is to re-roll, but even on re-rolls, you have to keep a certain number of 1s. We're going to go into that. And same thing for critical successes. But it is what if you roll 5 failures, it's a critical miss, and if you roll 5 successes, it's a critical hit.
Yes. And the critical system is one that a lot of people like, because you can succeed but have something bad happen if you roll a critical miss, or you can fail and have something good happen at the same time. So it's a fun. The critical system is a fun way of building tension or making your characters feel really awesome at the same time. So
it's really like a critical spectrum, really.
yeah.
We're gonna go more in depth into that critical spectrum later on, but it basically allows for my mind is immediately drawn to Blades in the Dark, which we've played on this channel before, where even when you have a success, you can still have a partial success where something bad will happen on top of your success.
Where it's mostly partial successes.
Right. Partial successes. There's also games out there where you can
Unless you guys are constantly rolling 2s and 1s.
where you can succeed with the complication and whatnot, and the critical system builds that all in to this game. Okay, so that's in my mind the core mechanic of this game, which I think is fairly straightforward, especially if you're following along with the book or a character sheet. Trevor, do you have any other core features that I might have missed? There's still a lot more to cover, but just bare bones what you need.
I think bare bones. That's I think you covered it pretty well. I think the only other thing, if we're talking about dice manipulation, is determination, but I'm sure we'll get to that at some point. So, but bare bones, I think you nailed it perfectly, which is great to listen to.
All right. So now we know what the main mechanics of this game is. Let's go into how exactly to build our dice pool. And this is going to cover pretty much every roll in the game. The only thing that doesn't use this format is rolling damage, in which you roll damage like you roll damage in any game. You roll your damage dice and you add whatever modifiers you have. But pretty much every roll in not pretty much every roll in this game, as far as I know, is a virtue skill roll.
There are contested checks that use only virtues on occasion, but
right.
that's very rare. It's usually just like you said, virtues, skill check.
Yeah, there's always exceptions to rules, but for the most part, yeah, everything is based off of a virtue, which hooks into, or based off of a skill, which hooks into a virtue. All right, so building a dice pool. You start off with a number of d6s equal to the virtue being used. And the virtues are broken down: power, finesse, vitality, mentality, judgment, and charm. And I think those are all really nice new descriptive terms for the fairly standard 6 statistics that you have in most games. I really like vitality over constitution because I think it encompasses your whole sort of physical being. I really like judgment over wisdom because I feel like it hits more what wisdom is about, and charm over charisma. But it's just a fresh new take, fresh new terminology on the base 6 statistics that you have in most games. So you start off with your base dice equal to your virtue, and that's not going to change. Whatever points you have in that virtue, that's at least going to be as the minimum you roll. Then you look at the skill for whatever check you're trying to make, and there's a really nice list of skills in this game. I think it hits that sweet spot between not enough and too many. It's the Goldilocks zone of skills. And I do like on the character sheet that you included 2 spaces at the end to write in your own skills. If you choose to modify the game, modify the setting of the game, the flavor of the game. So you can make your own skills if you want to, and it's super easy making your own skills.
Oh, good. I'm all about homebrewing, which I'm sure you read the GM section and saw how many guides are in there for homebrewing.
But almost everything in this game is going to be based off of a skill, including combat. We'll get to combat a little later. So you have your virtue, you have your skill. And then depending on how many skill points you have in that skill, you may be able to apply bonus dice. Now, bonus dice you can get from a number of different ways, from your skill point total, from species traits and class abilities and gear. So you can pull bonus dice from a lot of different places, both positive and negative bonus dice. And those do cancel each other out. If you get +1 bonus dice and -1 bonus dice, just cancel those out. You get no bonus dice. That's distinctly different from auto dice, because if you get an auto hit dice and an auto miss dice, those don't cancel out. You have to put a 6 and a 1 to the side and reference those later, but we'll get to that. Okay. So let's see. Certain species traits, class abilities, expertise, and gear may then add additional pips, bonus dice, or auto dice to the pool you've just created with your virtue and your skill. Like I just said, in some instances, those things may provide negative bonus dice, which will cancel out. Bonus dice are always separate from your virtue, the base dice that you're using. Finally, The GM may award situational modifiers, usually in the form of auto hit, and auto miss dice. And that's basically your dice pool. Now, when you get to higher levels of play, you may get into higher dice pools, and there is a maximum of 16?
16 or 17,
Something
something
like
like that.
Um,
I think it's a max of additional. It's like a base 10
Right.
dice from your virtue, and then 4 additional bonus dice, and then 2 auto hit. So yeah. So
yeah.
16. Yeah, you're right.
But you won't need to worry. You most likely won't need to worry about that until much later in play. But the big thing is no more than 4 bonus dice, and no more than 2 auto hits, and no more than 5 auto misses. So you can accrue a lot more auto misses than you can auto hits. But again, shouldn't have to worry about that except for in extreme circumstances or later in play.
Yeah, if you go fight a dragon, you might be finding yourself getting like 5 auto miss dice on a check against it.
You
But
don't say.
let's hope a level 1 isn't fighting a
Right.
dragon.
Okay. And then, of course, the skill section of the character sheet includes a space to mark bonus dice and auto dice. Like I said, the character sheet is fantastic. The character sheet is a great place to record static bonuses. However, there are a number of traits and abilities and expertise and gear and yada yada that may add situational bonuses. And this is why I prefer to run with a physical character sheet, because I'm a big fan of adding like sticky notes or writing in margins and whatnot. But there can be a lot of situational modifiers. But just like any other game, when you first start playing, you're gonna have to reference your abilities. I've been playing D&D 5e since it came out. I've been DMing for 4 years or so at this point, and I still don't have all of the abilities memorized and whatnot. I can't be held responsible for knowing exactly how every single ability in the game works. So for GMs, it is completely fair to lean on your players to know their stuff. But also, being able to put bookmarks in your book to be able to quickly reference various things is extremely useful. But I like using either index cards or sticky notes, or in this digital age, maybe even a spreadsheet, an Excel sheet or whatnot, as reference on top of the character sheet to keep track of situational bonuses. And actually, in this game, in Veil of the Void, and the updated character sheet, there's a lot of space provided for keeping track of all of those situational modifiers. And of course, as you play, you're going to memorize those things. So it may seem like a lot at first to keep track of, but if you go back and remember your first time playing a D&D fighter battle master, there's a lot of little nitpicky things that you have to remember. Eventually, you're going to get it all memorized. So that's how you build your dice pool. Is there anything I missed with just building your particular dice pool? And does anyone have any questions on the dice pool?
I think you nailed it, which, side note, you're doing an amazing job. I'm super excited listening to you talk about the rules. I'm like, hey,
I'm a rules nerd.
this is great.
I'm a rules nerd.
Oh, I'm
I love
sure.
going through rules.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're enjoying the rules.
He likes making up new rules.
That too.
Perfect.
It's true. I'm not saying that as a complaint so much as it's just like he's added some extra mechanics to our games before.
You know it's a well-designed game if you have fun homebrewing. And I've already homebrewed some stuff for this game, and I'm having a blast.
Of course,
at it.
yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
I'm excited to see more.
Well, I'm encouraged by the lack of questions on dice pools, because that means I described it well, and it's actually quite simple. So now that
I'm probably gonna have questions later.
Right.
I'll ask those when it
Right.
comes up.
and it's it's difficult to fully understand rules without playing, which is why a core feature of RPGs Uncovered is going to be a demonstration miniseries on exactly how to play, and then we can go through we can have all of those questions while we play, because it's hard to think up questions when you're just sitting here sort of thinking esoterically the game theory behind various things. But when we get to our actual roles, that's when, you know, Arlene will be like, hey, how do I do this? And we'll be able to explain that on stream for everybody. So I hope just like reading the rule book before a board game night. I hope this is a good way to get the basics in, and then we'll demonstrate how everything works in the more nuanced ways when we get to the miniseries and the actual demonstration play.
Yeah, this video already is going to be amazing for people that want to know more about the rule system. So I think you're doing an incredible
Nice.
job.
Thank you. Yeah.
To just throw more compliments at you.
I'll take them. I'll take them. Yeah, I'm gonna cut this all down, and this will go on my YouTube. But I can definitely throw it your way, Trevor.
Perfect, because I will brag about you everywhere.
Awesome. So. Okay, so now that we know the core mechanics and we have our dice pool, then we have to figure out what all these dice mean. So you get your fistful of d6s and you throw them on the table, which is my favorite part of playing
So what
a
you're
game.
telling me is I need to buy more dice.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
Find a
encourage
dice
everyone
scale.
to go out and get at least one of these little how many are in here?
I mean, I
don't
have.
remember.
Well, it's like I have them, but they're larger dice than
Yeah.
that. So there's
Mhm.
like 12 in there.
Yep.
Which is clearly not enough.
Pro tip: even though they look really cool when you hold them up individually real close, transparent tiny d6s can be difficult to read.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
they're so
Yeah.
cool, except you can't read them. It's the worst.
I have to go get some dice now.
I have
'Cause I just need
a
dice.
lot of d6s because I adore the Shadowrun system, in which, like, not kidding, I've rolled all of these before.
Oh yeah, I play a lot of Warhammer.
Right, Warhammer's
so
another-
I
yeah,
have like
yeah.
Yep.
But you won't need all of these in one roll. Like I said, the max is 16 dice, and it's difficult to get to that number on a regular basis, especially first starting out. Okay, so you have your fistful of d6s, and you have some place to roll them, which I really enjoyed physically rolling them, but in this new digital age, you know, you can do the /r xd6 and, you know, have at it. But you have
No, I want actual dice.
Yeah.
Damn it!
you have your d6s and you throw them on the table. What does all this mean? Well, resolving dice checks. We've already gone over every roll in Veil of the Void is based off of a skill, which in turn is based off of a virtue. That includes pretty much everything, including combat. Like Trevor said, there's sometimes you get contested attribute rolls, virtue rolls, but most things are going to be skill based. And there are 3 basic types of checks. There's the normal difficulty check. There's group checks, which are, you know, group based difficulty checks, and contested checks. So difficulty checks are measured by a number of successes or hits needed to succeed that check. Now, for GMs, the actual rules section, and most importantly, in pretty much any ability, anytime a player is presented with a difficulty check, they're usually given exactly what that check is. And I like the breakdown of what these checks are. And can I, if I go and I turn this on, I can move this down here. There we go. These are the difficulty check values, and I really like that it's broken down into a number and a descriptive term, because that's helpful for me to for GMs to determine what an appropriate difficulty value is, because there's a lot of systems out there where they present difficulty values, but they don't really give a nice breakdown of how difficult something is. So I like that
Difficulty checks are encroaching on our cameras.
they are actually. What if I do? There we go. That way you're less crowded by my document. Yes, so they're broken down from easy difficulty, which is just 2 hits, which is I like to think, and Trevor, correct me if I'm wrong, that an easy difficulty check is something that the average person should be able to manage most of the time, right?
Yeah. So the way I kind of view easy checks is like it's something that you don't do nonstop. Like, I think the book gives examples of like if someone's really good at acrobatics, they won't have to perform a check to just do some like cartwheels or basic flips. But if they're trying to like flip over enemies and stuff, that would be a little bit of a difficulty check. So I think easy is definitely like people do it enough that they should be able to do it pretty
Mhm.
well.
And it's important to note that when you're creating a character, unless you get some sort of GM discretion, you always start with at least 3 points in every virtue. You can get permission to drop that down, and if you want to play around and make a character that's less good at one thing and more good at something else, we'll get into character creation later. But for the most part, unless you're messing around with character creation, you're always going to have at least 3 dice. And each of those 3 dice have a 1 in 3 chance of coming up a success. And then you have pip manipulation and bonus dice and yada yada. So getting 2 hits should be fairly easy for almost everybody, but there is going to be that chance for failure. And that goes all the way up into impossible difficulty, which is 12 hits. When you have a maximum of 16 dice and you're looking for 12 hits, that's, well, damn near impossible.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
a bit.
But I believe when you're looking through the creation guide in the GM section of the book, and most importantly, looking at examples of other creatures in a very nice included, I guess, monster manual into the core book, you can see generally where you want those difficulty values to be. But I look at it from the basis of an average person to a first level character. If you have a first level character, an easy task is going to be easy, not guaranteed, but easy. If you have a first level character, getting 6 hits is going to be quite challenging. It's going to be something that you're only going to be able to do with your best virtue, and if you have a good amount of skill points, and if you're lucky and whatnot. And then it gets even more difficult from there. Problematic, brutal, unforgiving, impossible, all of that. So I like to look at difficulty values based off of what a reasonable person would be able to handle, and then of course modify that by how or base that into your game design, based around what level your players are and what they're trying to do. So something that is challenging for the average person might not actually be all that challenging for an expert in their field, but it's still going to be a challenging difficulty. All right.
You're making this explained so easily. It's great.
Thank you. So that's your base difficulty check. Then there are assisted checks and group checks. And me and Trevor had a brief conversation on at what point you transition from an assisted check to a group check. And like pretty much all of these rules, it comes down to common sense and GM discretion. But if you are undergoing a task, a non-combat task, I should point out. I don't think you can't really assist in a combat a test outside of various abilities that might let you manipulate other people. But if you're performing a non-combat test, let's say there's a big piece of machinery blocking an exit, and you need to move that out of the way. It might be too heavy for somebody to do on their own. So that would be, say, a muscle, use the skill muscle and the virtue power. So you get your biggest guy over there to go over and try to push this piece of machinery out of the way. But you can also have up to 2 other people assisting, right? 2 people assisting?
Yeah, so you can have basically the whole party can perform the group check together.
Mhm.
But if someone doesn't want to actually roll, they can assist, which gives the group a auto hit die instead of them performing the check.
Okay, okay. That's a good
Mhm.
distinction that I don't think I asked. You
Yeah.
can, if as part of a group check, if somebody doesn't want to add their skill to the group pool, they can instead just add an auto hit. Okay,
Yes, because some people may not be able to lift it up, but
right,
they can sure give some good like, hey, you got
right.
this, guys.
Moral support, lift with your knees, not with your
Moral
back, sort of
support,
thing. Yeah, yeah.
supervision.
But I really like how simple group checks are in this game. Instead of having to worry about you can only add this many dice, or you can only, or fancy arithmetic that you have to go into. Basically, when it comes to group checks, whoever's part of that group check rolls their skill, and you add up all of those dice. They're all added up together. So you add your number of hits and your number of misses. So the more players who are rolling, the higher chance you have at critically succeeding, but also the higher chance you have at critically failing. And you know the critical spectrum on top of that, which we'll get to shortly. But that does mean with group checks, you're most likely from a GM perspective, from an encounter perspective, you're going to want to design things that require group checks. You're going to want to design those being obviously more difficult than a single person would be able to manage. If you throw out a hard difficulty, a 4-hit difficulty value group check, and you have 6 people working on that group check, they're almost certainly going to pass. So you're going to want to, when you're designing things intended to be group checks, you're probably going to want to look at things that would be challenging or higher for an average individual. And by average individual, I mean an average player, I should say. Average individual and average player are 2 drastically different things in a game world. And then of course, as Trevor just said, if you don't want to contribute your dice pool, usually because it's too small, you don't have any skill points in that, or you have a particularly low virtue in that, you can instead just say, you know, my 3 dice aren't going to do much here. I'm just going to add an auto hit dice. So that means you're not contributing to failures for the critical failure chance, and you're giving them an auto success, which can be, you know, extremely helpful.
Yeah, it's a good way to allow people to also assist, you know, just if like if their character isn't all that great at that stuff and they just want to give a helping hand, but they can't actually participate in the check, it's a great
Yeah.
way to allow for them to do that.
The way the rules work in this game really makes it easy to have everybody participate somehow. There's not going to be a lot of situations, if any, where a player, a character, is going to be completely able to do anything. Retaining actionability is a key feature in the rule set of this game, which I really like. Okay, contested. Yeah, we did group. We talked about assists. Contested checks are the other big type of check. So there's difficulty checks and there's contested checks, and you get the same thing in a lot of other games. Again, drawing back on Dungeons and Dragons, you have the same thing. Like grapples would be a contested check, and you have that in Veil of the Void as well, and it works basically the same way. You roll your dice pool, they roll their dice pool, and you compare. If you have more hits than they do, you win.
So Arlene's going to spend the time tied down again.
And
No, I will not. I refuse.
and what's amazing, and contested checks actually are personally one of my favorites because they lead to so many amazing scenes. Because whenever people tie on their contested check, they re-roll, and I had a whole
Just
scene where
tug of war.
yeah, a negotiator was talking to a blade dancer who was trying to kill them, and they tied like 8 times. And so this whole scene was just him like dodging each blade and talking to the guy like, "Hey, can we stop fighting?" Like until eventually the negotiator won out, and it was great.
Yeah. Contested checks can be very narrative in that way because you just re-roll until somebody wins. Okay, contested checks. We did group and assist. And we've more or less already talked about auto hits and auto misses, but just to go over that again for resolving checks, any auto hits or auto misses you accrue, you set them aside, and they are not really considered part of your dice pool as far as rolling. So if you have an auto hit, you turn that to a 6, you put it to the side. If you have an auto miss, you turn that to a 1, you put it to the side. Of course, if you're playing on a VTT, you're just gonna have to remember that or mark that down or something. So it's always helpful to have a little pool of d6s just to be able to put auto hits and auto misses to the side. You cannot have more than 2 auto hits. You cannot have more than 5 auto misses. But you're usually not going to be pushing those boundaries. And most importantly, auto hits and auto misses do count towards criticals. And on top of that, you cannot modify modify ones, which are auto misses by pips.
Yeah, so it's pretty detrimental. Right. It's a scary thing.
So now you have your dice pool. You know why you're rolling. So now you roll. And now you have a whole bunch of dice on your table or on your VTT, your virtual table. And now you get into the nitty-gritty of how to modify this roll after the fact. So you can add bonus dice, you can add auto dice before you roll, but after you roll, you still have the ability to pluck the strings of fate and kind of lean things your way. And the main way you go about doing that is with the Pip system in this game. And there's a number of ways to gain pips. The big one is skill points, but there's various items and various abilities and traits throughout the game that will give you situational. You can add +1 pip to a dice. And if I bring that down here and stop encroaching on Taylor's face again, there we go. You can see basic rules for adding pips over here. So, for anyone unfamiliar with this term, because for the longest time, I didn't know what a pip was. So pips are the official term for the dots on the face of the dice. Now, that may not be evident if you're using dice that have, numbers on them. But if you take, again, I have clear dice, so I don't know if this is going to work out. Yeah, that just looks like a mess. I'm holding up the 3 value, so there's 3 dots on here. That means 3 pips. Now, certain skill point tiers, as well as traits, abilities, gear, and any number of things, can add a number of pips, a pip pool that you have available to apply to a certain number of dice. No matter how many pips you may have available to spend, you can only apply them to up to 2 dice, unless you're rolling with a dice pool of more than 13, when you can add 3. But again, it's difficult, especially at early levels, to get to that 13 dice pool. So for the purpose of the tutorial, you can modify 2 dice. Actually, the box that I have shown is not just about pips, it is about determination, which we will get to next. But yeah, when you're looking at pips, so keep an eye on your skill point value, because at 1 skill point and 4 skill points, you get +1 pip, and then you get situational pips from various other things in the game. And you can apply, I believe, any number of pips to a dice, right? So if you have
Yes, that is
if
true.
you have 3 pips to spend and you have a 2, you can bring that 2 all the way up to a 5. You can turn a failure into a success if you just want to dump all of your pips on a single dice. But in general, you can only spend it on 2 dice.
And that can be split however
Right.
you want. So if you have the 4 pips, you can put 3 into one die and 1 into another, or 2 into 2.
Right. Very, very versatile system as far as manipulating. Come back here. There we go. As far as manipulating your ability to. I'm playing with Windows. My apologies. I'm distracting myself. Okay. So you have your normal amount of pips that you can distribute. And from there, you're pretty much done. Once you've assigned those pips, that's your roll. Except you have determination. You are always going to have a maximum determination pool of your level plus 1/2 your judgment. So let's say at first level, if you have 4 points in judgment, that's three determination points that you can spend. And that was the box that I just had shown in this corner here. But you can use determination to further affect that roll. You can buy another pip with 1 point, and perhaps more useful when you completely bomb a roll, you can choose to re-roll with 2 points. Or if somehow you have 5 determination points and want to drop all of them, you can force an adversary to re-roll a check. Now, when it comes to re-rolls, if you rolled any 6s, you may keep. I got lost. If you roll any 6s, you may keep 1 of them, right?
Yes, unless you critically hit, you may keep 2
Gotcha.
if you have them.
But perhaps even more important than that, if you rolled any 1s and you choose to re-roll, you have to keep at least 1 of those 1s.
Yep.
It is the critical a thing there? If you critically fail, you have to keep 2. Yeah.
Yes. Yep. So I try to keep things similar throughout the system, and I think Arlene had a question too. I saw the hand go up.
Yeah. So for the determination points, how often do you get those back? Is that per
Whenever I
long
decide you
rest,
do.
quote unquote?
Yep, it's up to GM's discretion. So
Oh, okay, that's fun.
yeah, unless you're a human and you cheat the system, because humans are like, nah, anytime combat starts, if I don't have any determination, I'm determined to get it back. So those cheaters.
Yeah.
Human. Yeah, that sounds like us.
Yep.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah. Determination is another one of those GM ways to reward
Gotcha.
good narrative beats. So anytime you do something significant as a group, anytime you hit a goal, let's say, you can get your determination back. Now, you can play where you renew your determination every session, but if you complete a goal during a session and it's significant enough, you may just say, hey, players, it's been a week in game in this session that we played. You just did this, that, or the other thing. Refresh those determination. Or if you spend all session shopping and don't do anything important, you don't get your determination back. So it's
And on that subject as well, not to interrupt you, sorry. But as a GM, it's also a great way to award a player for doing something really good. You can give that player a set number of determination back as well. So Which just adds even more for a GM to
Mhm.
reward their players with.
Like that. I like
So
rewards.
it's like in D&D rewarding an inspiration dice. You can award a determination dice. And again, as a GM, don't be too stingy on those, especially the rewarding of determination dice, because remember, one dice only buys you one pip. Now if they save up a number of them, it can they can really start manipulating things with their rerolls or forcing you to reroll. But there's a maximum number of determination that you can have. So even if you do all kinds of crazy stuff and I'm like, here, you take a determination, you take another determination, you take another determination, but if you have a maximum of 3 determination, that's all you can have. Okay, so now you manipulated your roll with all the pips that you have. You might have bought one with a determination. You might have re-rolled your roll, and you're done. That's it. That's as much manipulation as you can do with the dice. Now you have to figure out what all this means, and we basically went over that already. 1s and 2s are failures. 5s and 6s are successes. And if it's a difficulty check, you're going to have that difficulty value pretty much listed, whether it's something that you know ahead of time, or I believe in this game, because every game is different. I believe in this game, Trevor, you can ask what the difficulty of something is, right? Because you have to know if you are able to make that roll, if you have enough dice to make that roll.
Yes, for the most part, you can ask the difficulty. There are some times where a GM will keep it hidden under things. So even, so for instance, sometimes even if a person can't succeed the check, they might hide it so that you know see what the
Right.
dice decide for the player. Because sometimes when I play the game, even if the player can't succeed it, if they roll all 6s on say 3 dice or 4 dice, I'm like, well, something
Right.
good might
Right.
happen for you, you know. So sometimes it's okay to hide the difficulties, but yeah, typically players can ask for the difficulty if you think, basically, if they're not rolling with a lot of dice, they can
Right.
ask if they'll be able to succeed it. And you don't ever have to tell them the difficulty. You can just say like, ask how many dice they roll with, and then if they ask can they succeed it, you can just say yes. That way you don't have to tell them the difficulty itself.
Another important thing to point out there. Obviously, you cannot succeed a check for which you don't have enough dice for. So if the GM is calling for a check and the GM knows that it's a if I scroll back up to my terminology here, if the GM knows it's a tough check which needs 5 hits, but you only have 4 dice, that's exactly what Trevor just mentioned. You can be like, okay, you don't have enough dice to succeed this. So you can either say, okay, I know you don't have enough dice to succeed this. Would you like to buy? Buy might not be the right term, but would you like to apply an advantageous failure? Or, you just don't roll. But advantageous failures, there's this starts to go into the failure spectrum. But if you are, and me and Trevor had a fascinating discussion on the nuance of advantageous failures and
Yes.
and how it can be played around with. But basically, if you are rolling a check for which you don't have enough dice to succeed, so if the DV is 5 and you only have 4 dice, you can't succeed. So if you're rolling a check in which you don't have enough dice to succeed, and you aren't well trained in that skill, if you have less than 2 skill points, I believe it is, in that skill.
Typically, yeah.
You can choose to take an advantageous failure. And that means what you are doing still fails, but that advantageous part may allow you, with some complications, another route in order to do something. And this is what I was mentioning earlier. With pretty much every character is going to have some sort of action ability, no matter what they're doing. So you shouldn't ever feel like you're in a situation where you just can't do anything. It may be difficult,
And
it might be dangerous, but you do have action ability. Sorry, Trevor.
And on that note, like we were talking, because you brought up some good points about it all, and I was like, based on what you've dealt with your experience, which is why I love talking with people about their experience with stuff, because everybody knows something different. It's very important to note that advantageous failures are not supposed to be a good
Right.
thing. like they help you out, and they can lead to you perhaps performing a check in a good that leads to something that you're good at, but they're still failures. So it's always important for people to keep that in mind. But they can be very
Right.
helpful.
Yeah, again, it largely comes down to GM interpretation. So that if a player is bargaining for an advantageous failure, they should be punished for it. But they shouldn't be punished to the point of being incapacitated. There has to be that advantageous part to it where there's just another chance to slip by.
Yeah. And, I think my favorite example that I've given people for advantageous failures is, let's say your character is standing on the edge of a cliff. That cliff is falling out from underneath you, crumbling. You can't make the check, or you can't succeed the check. Therefore, you take the advantageous failure and you still fall off that cliff. But you might be able to grab onto a branch, which would then let you perform, say, a muscle check that you're better at to pull yourself up. So it gives you more of a chance, so that you don't just automatically get sucked into space because your character can't perform this check. It's more, oh, okay, so I can't perform this check, but now I can maybe try to survive this next check. And a good thing about advantageous failures is sometimes that second check will still be more difficult than the first one, but now since it's something you're really good at, you have a higher chance of succeeding. So you still failed that check and get the consequences and negatives of failing that check, but you have a chance of perhaps making up for it with something else.
It's a rule system built into the game to help GMs not just kill a player straight out for a single failed roll. Which a lot of us do already with plenty of other systems. It's just less clearly laid out. So when Taylor fails all kinds of checks to not fall off of a cliff, and I'm scrambling to find.
If that was
Oh,
gonna
of course,
get brought
it's
up.
going to get brought up. And I'm
Because I
scrambling.
literally fell off of a
I'm
cliff.
scrambling on the other
Wow,
side
look at
of
that.
my DM sheet, trying to figure out, okay, how many ways can I help her not plummet to her death? It's built into this
Why
rule
also
system.
being
We were
attached to
all
the rest
tied
of the
together,
party?
We're all attached, so we all would have
Yeah, it would have been bad.
Yeah.
Like
Listen,
I think I said at one point that if I failed another skill check, I was just going to cut myself
Right.
loose.
And that's what I like about the advantageous failure is it's all about building extra tension, but not outright punishing players because something went wrong. It's like that perfect tension builder. And sometimes advantageous failures lead to you not even performing a check, but giving your ally an additional chance to perform a check to save you. So like if you're getting sucked into the vacuum of space, which happened on several occasions with my players who decided to cut a ship in half. The person failed because they were getting pulled out. So they took an advantageous failure, and their ally was just able with the check, but they were able to prevent the person from going out into space. And then that person failed, and they both went flying into space. So that went well, but
Yeah, exactly that's a great example. An advantageous failure is just provides a second chance, but you can still just fail. And bad things will happen, which is how stories proceed. If everything works according to plan, you have a pretty boring story. But on the flip side of advantageous failures, you also, on the other end of that spectrum, have unfortunate successes, which is basically the opposite. If you succeed a check, but you still critically fail, that's an unfortunate success. So you accomplish what you want, but you accomplish it with a complication, which is my personal favorite. Anyone who follows me on my friend's channel, Studio Tembo, over there where I play Star Trek Adventures, a core mechanic in that system is the complication. So even if you succeed a check, you can still be faced with a complication, and I love accruing complications, especially when I succeed, because that is the best way to move a story forward.
Yes, I agree. That's why I like the
Mm.
critical system.
Yeah, this critical spectrum is fantastic. It's amazing. So we've already talked about advantageous failures and unfortunate successes, but of course there is the the usual critical failure, which is basically just everything's gone bad. And the normal critical success, where you exceed above and beyond your intended goal. But I like those two middle ground routes where there's complications and second chances involved. All right, so that's pretty much everything when it comes to rolling your dice and figuring out what happens. I mean, aside from combat, which gets a little bit more nuanced, that's how the game works.
Yeah, nice, sweet, and simplified. Good job.
Uh,
Thoroughly
I'm excited
impressed.
to roll some dice.
yeah.
Yeah, it's so much fun to roll dice in this game
Mhm.
too. Like, it's just enjoyable.
I mean, it's fun to roll dice anyway.
That's
Mm.
true. It's fair.
It's like that's why we keep buying more. It's like no, we just
Mm.
want to roll all the shiny math rocks.
Yep. And besides, some of those dice also betray you nonstop, so you have to teach
Mhm.
them and buy another pair.
Yeah, that's all of Steven's dice.
Oh no.
I bought him. God, how many different D20s did I get him
A
that
lot.
Christmas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
They all betray him anyway. But never enough to
Mhm.
kill him.
but there you have it. We've been at this for less than an hour now, factoring when we started late and then had our introduction. That is the core mechanics for how to run this game. So if you as a GM want to just be like, okay, players make characters, go have fun with character creation, this is what you need to run the game. There's other rules that you're going to pick up as you play, things you can reference as you play, but this is really all it takes. There you go. 1 hour tutorial. You have the bare bones for what you need to play the game, and I wrote up my little my little teacher syllabus here, curriculum lesson plan here. That's 2 pages with bullet points, and I'm gonna refine this and throw this up for free on the Patreon as a guide for how to a quick start guide on top of Trevor's own demo book quick start guide to help break down how to quickly get into the game. And now you get into the more specifics, and these are things that you are going to be able to rely on your players to handle. And we're of course approaching this. RPGs Uncovered is of course approaching this from both the GM standpoint and the player standpoint. So we're gonna switch for the first part of that, the core mechanic everybody needs. But from this point, skill progression and combat, of course, everybody needs. But it's going to be most helpful for players to understand how they make action in the game throughout the story. So we talked a little bit about skills already, and you can follow along in the demo book. You can follow along with the character sheet. But one of the things I like most about this game is skill point progression. The fact that it develops independently from your character level. So in many games, as you're leveling up, you get a certain number of skill points, or you get a certain number of proficiencies or expertise bonuses or whatnot. But in this game, on top of getting a few skill points every even level, I think it is, you get 1 skill point.
Yep, every
Yeah.
even level. Mhm.
As you use those skills, you get better at those skills. It actually reminds me of Elder Scrolls Morrowind, I believe.
Oh yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, that was back when the Elder Scrolls, the bonuses you got when you leveled up were based on the skills you used. It's
Mhm.
Back when they had the acrobatics
sure,
skill.
yeah,
I just remember jumping all around until I leveled that thing up.
Yep.
So
I miss that skill. It was so stupid.
as you use skills in this game, you will get better at them. So just because you aren't trained in a skill doesn't mean you shouldn't use it. If you want to get better at that skill, you're gonna have to use it. You're gonna have to practice. You're gonna have to train with it. And a lot of games sort of subsume that training idea into the background of the leveling up system. It's just assumed that, you know, when you're not adventuring, when you're training and whatnot in the morning, when you're doing your stretches, when you're out in the sand pit practicing on the dummy, that's when you're progressing your skills and your attributes and whatnot. And it's just kind of rolled into your level up system when you hit those milestones of whatever it may be. But I really like in this game that you have to work for those skill points. And most notably, what I like is, at least for the first couple levels in skill points, you don't need to succeed. Just attempting the skill is going to accrue you a little bit of experience here and there to get better, representing you learning from your failures, which is really nice.
Yeah. Which, you know, on all this, it like the skill progression is one of my it's probably my favorite base rule in this game, just because it makes so much sense that, you know, you get better as you perform stuff. Like especially with the success and failure thing, like early on, I mean, like when I was making the first edition for this book, I learned so much from the failures that I did with it, as well as the successes. So like we learned so much from both failures and successes as we go. And I really love the skill system for this. Not to interrupt.
Oh no, that's exactly why you're here. You're allowed to interrupt as much as you want.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can find this, of course, on the character sheet just above the actual skill section. So you have it there to reference as you're playing the game, which is super helpful. So basically, to break this down, it's all right there on the character sheet. You need 15 successes or failed rolls to earn your first level in a skill point. So if you have absolutely no training in a skill whatsoever, you need to make 15 rolls, success or failure, and that will accrue you 1 skill point. From 1 skill point, you need an additional 20 successes or failures to get to your second skill point. And that represents getting to a point where you're quite proficient at what you're doing. That's the point where failures aren't going to help really much at all, because you know the basics of whatever skill you're using. From there on, it's only successes that are going to work, that are going to accrue into improving your skills. And from there, you need 5 successful rolls more than the last threshold. So to get to level 3, you need 25, level 4, you need 30, level 5, you need 35, 6, you need 40, and 7, you need 45. And 7 is where things get really interesting. Now, of course, this is later in play. You're not going to need to worry about this when you're first building your character, when you're first getting into the game. But when you have 7 skill points, you can do all kinds of crazy nonsense. Every skill in this game has a unique ability that you unlock when you hit 7 skill points. That basically adds a whole new skill-based ability to your character sheet.
It's basically like a mastery over that skill to show like, oh yeah, I've learned. I know what I'm doing now. I really like it. I think it adds a lot of fun, especially since each one has something that will make your character even more like original, I suppose.
Do you have an example of one for us? What's a good one?
Oh gosh,
I'm calling you out.
There's so many fun ones that I love. The issue is like I love everything in this game, and people ask me, "Oh, like this?" I'm like, it's just horrible decisions. I really like the dodged one, because if you dodge an incoming ranged attack, you can then make a ranged attack, and that's just like super fun to think about.
Yeah.
You just spin around and shoot back at the same person. And same thing goes with defense. If you defend against an incoming attack, you can then go up and attack them with the same one. So I like both of those mechanics and how they work, because they give you a little bit extra to do.
And I haven't read through all of them, but most of them do have a very narrative impact on the game. It's not just like you get +2 here or yada yada, or you get resistance or whatnot. It adds some sort of fun narrative element to the game. Like you said, you have that dueler's dodge where you just spin out of the way and then shoot back sort of thing.
It's almost like I like narrative
Yeah,
or
exactly.
something.
Yeah.
Like storytelling.
It's a game written by a narrative GM, which I like because I love narrative based games.
Oh yeah, me too. I think storytelling is well, like storytelling is why I think we
Yeah,
get together.
yeah.
Like that's it's just fun to for all of us to step away from reality for a little bit and to just tell stories with one another and make this whole collective universe together that puts everybody's input into it. And I just love how Veil of the Void just thoroughly encourages everybody to make a story together.
Well, I think storytelling is just very innate to humans in general.
Yeah, I think that's just what we are. We're
Yeah.
storytellers.
Yeah, it's something that's very innate to humanity, and I love it.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh, I love the fact that we tell stories. I think it's
Yeah.
great.
It is one of the most ancient things that humans have
Mhm.
done since they began communicating.
And now we develop dice systems for it.
Yes.
We had to complicate it
Yeah.
somehow. Come on.
Oh yeah. It'd never be simple.
But
If you're going to have input, you have to have some way of measuring if you succeed or
Sure.
fail at it.
But for those following along, again, either in the demo book or on the character sheet, you can see exactly what each skill point tier gets you listed just above the skill list. So at 1 skill point, you get an extra pip to throw at a dice. At 2, you get a bonus dice on that particular skill check. This is the best place, the most often place of how you accrue bonus dice. You get those from your skills. Then you add on, abilities and gear and whatnot. 3 skill points gets you a free reroll on that check per round, so you don't need to spend determination. If you have 3 skill points in a skill, you can just re-roll if you want to, because you're that good on average at this skill that if fate just decides that you bomb this roll, you're like, wait, no, I'm actually good at this, I'm rolling again.
It's like, screw you, fate.
Yeah. There's nothing worse than having a big dice pool and then nothing higher than a 4 shows up. Like, what's going on there?
Or,
Yes.
having a +5 in a skill and just
Yeah.
rolling shit the whole time.
So if
Yep.
you're supposed to be good at a skill, this is a great rule built in the game to be like, wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. I'm
Mhm.
rolling again.
Oh yeah, exactly like you said. If you're good at something, you're supposed to be good at something.
Mm.
Like, yeah, you're still gonna fail as at it because that's just how life happens. We still mess up on things or fail in life, and consequences come from that. But darn it, if you're good at something, your character should be able to be good
Yeah.
at something.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's basically skill point progression. Now, of course, there are when it comes to character creation, there are different ways that you can get skill points. Species traits may give you skill points. You have a pool of skill points that you can apply during character creation, and then as you level up, you get a skill point every 2 levels. So on top of working for your skills, you are going to be able to just naturally get better as time goes on. But this does a great way, exactly as we said, of showing how your character grows during the story with what they're actually doing. An important thing to
And-
note. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. On that fact, like one of my favorite things to do is to take people's character sheets and like take pictures of them how they were, and then after the end of say a year-long campaign to see just how much they developed into their own character. So that's something fun to do if you GM long Veil the Void campaigns, is you just get to see like, man, your character grew and you had to venture, for some reason the field knight became the medic all of a sudden
Yeah.
because you had to perform all the medic
Yeah.
checks. And you could see
Holly,
that.
this is your future.
And of course, if you if during a level up you take one of these skill points and throw it into a skill, you keep your number of rolls. So if you're working towards your second skill point, if you're what would that be? Let's say 20 20 would be second. If you're at say 17 rolls and you get to level 2 and you put a new point in there, well, you still have 17 rolls, you just now need to get to 25 instead. So it's all cumulative. I think I added it up to get from 0 to 7. Did I mention that in my sheet here? I don't think so. It's something like 200 rolls or something. When you add it all up. Anyway,
So it takes a
yeah,
while.
it'll take a while.
But mastering a skill in real life
Yeah.
typically takes a while, unless you're a prodigy, which is an expertise.
Right.
But...
Yeah. Like I said earlier, there's many ways in this game to bend the rules, which is really fun. But that's skills. That's skill progression. Proficiencies are an important thing to keep in mind. Proficiencies work very much the same way that they do in most other games. But every weapon type, every armor type, and any skill-based item requires proficiency. That was another conversation me and Trevor had about what exactly requires proficiency and what it does, what it detriments, and whatnot. But basically, it boils down to if you need to make a roll to use it, you have to be proficient in it. And there are rules on page 25 for those following along on how long it takes to gain proficiencies, what the negatives are if you don't have proficiencies, and another really cool feature of this game, mastery of those proficiencies. So when you use a certain item enough, not only are you proficient with it, but you are masterfully proficient with it, and you get additional bonuses on top of just being able to use it, which is really fun.
That's super cool. And it's also important to note that, like skills, how you get them over time, if you practice with something that you're not proficient with, you'll eventually gain that proficiency, which makes total sense as well.
And another...
That's something that Jack sort of integrated into his game, where we can gain additional proficiencies by sort of practicing and learning.
Yeah, and it makes total sense narratively. Like,
it makes a great thing for you to do with your downtime. It's like, hey, what are you doing?
Exactly.
I'm going to learn this skill.
Yeah.
It's a great way to narratively make your character fit and do something. Like, if your character's training during their downtime and you want to eventually get better at something, then that's what will happen. And that's just proficiency is just a fun way to do that. And a character creation, if you buy a weapon, you'll be proficient with that because your character had that weapon for a while, so they get that proficiency even if it's not listed in their class. It just makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. Anything you purchase at character creation, no, you feel, like I said, feel free. Anything you purchase at character creation, if you have it, if it's written in your backstory and you can afford it with your starting funds, you start with proficiency with that, because there's nothing worse than being like, I want to use this chainsword, but it didn't come with my class, but well, I bought the chainsword. I guess I'll just wiggle it around a bit. No, you've practiced with that. It's part of your starting equipment. You should know how to use it. So I really like
it's so awesome to start as like a mage with a massive great chain blade and just be like, oh, he's a mage. Oh, he's a mage with a chain blade. Well, that's horrifying.
It's yet another way to make characters,
I love it.
to really differentiate characters and make your own unique character from the start, which is really nice. Okay. The only other thing to mention as far as getting into the game is rules for combat, which I think is the largest. I don't know about largest, but what most people think of when getting into a game, they almost always build their characters and look at rules for combat first. Because so many games, especially if you're coming from the D&D tradition, is so heavily based around combat ability. Now, I like that the trend in modern gaming is definitely moving towards narrative and moving towards roleplay. But there are many games out there that are like 90% combat rules, and then here's some roleplay stuff that you can do. I don't think that's the case with Veil of the Void. But combat is important to know. Now, you can basically get away with combat just knowing what you know already, what we've gone over, but I also have a as part of this document, a step-by-step combat guide. And there actually is a great one that's even more succinct than what I put together at the back of the book. Is that in the demo book? I know it's in the core book.
I don't remember if it's in the demo book, if I added it. Uh, if not, I can definitely go back and look at that, because I think that's I really like the glossary, like index thing at the back of the book, because it sums up so much without you having to go through
Right.
the book. So I'll definitely look if it's in there. If not, it's definitely in the core book. So
No, I don't think that's part of the demo book.
I'll have to add it, because I think it's definitely a good thing to have.
But at the end of the core book, in the index is a really succinct step-by-step walkthrough of how combat works. But I also have written up my own, which I will probably be putting on Patreon. But combat is just as simple as any other skill check in this game, because it is just a skill check in this game. There's just a few extra little nuances that you need to play around with. And in this game, combat is based around phases. And I think that's distinct from D&D, where it's more focused on action economy, whereas this game has distinct phases that you move through. So in D&D, you have a movement action, which can be used to do various other things, depending on what your skills are. But in Veil of the Void, you have a movement phase. And in that movement phase, you can either move or use that movement in any of your other action economy to do various different things. But basically, combat is broken down into your movement phase and your action phase. And then, of course, you have reactions that can be thrown in there as you need them. But just like in D&D, you have a movement phase, you have your main action, your primary action, and then you have what are known as extra actions. Now that doesn't mean an additional action. It's a title for it. Extra action is like the D&D bonus action, just different terminology. And then of course you have reactions. So generally, each character has only a single action, that is a single main action, and then a single extra action. There are various ways that you can accrue extra action economy on top of that. Some class abilities may grant you additional ways of using your extra action, or may bestow additional main actions on top of your one standard main action, usually in the form of some sort of follow-up attack. And then on each of your turns, you have a single reaction that you can use. This is where it still fits fairly in line with many other games. The attack actions, like any actions in Veil of the Void, is based again off of a skill and a virtue, but attack actions get a +2 to that skill. So any attacks made with a physical weapon use either the Weapon Master skill or the Dual Wielding skill, depending on which you're using, which then can be based off of either power or finesse, depending on the weapon type and different abilities you may have. Spell attacks use the Arcanting skill, which is based off of your Arcanting virtue, mentality, judgment, or in the case of Necromancer's, power, which is interesting.
Oh, it's super fun. And the reason why, not to interrupt you again, because this is what kind of happened, I guess. But the reason why they do that is because the Ether Realms magic does not like to be used by people. So necromancers have to force that magic to work for them, which is great, because then you can be a spellcaster that wears heavy armor, uses power, and runs around with chain blades that consume people's souls. So that's fun.
And then you always add +2 bonus dice to your base spell pool. Now, those are bonus dice. So if you have any negatives that take bonus dice away, those can be removed. Things like not having proficiency, or various other enemy abilities that might make you, less good at various things. But bonus dice are applied to your attack action, so even if you're not necessarily a combat character, you're always going to have some chance of actually hitting. Now, those checks are rolled against the difficulty value based on the armor that your enemy is wearing, or the armor equivalent, let's say, for natural armor of a creature. And can I show that down here again? I get rid of, not that, the dice feed. Over here. Yeah, so light armor is going to require 2 successes, medium 3, heavy 4, and reinforced 5. I haven't gone through the entire monster manual. Is there anything above 5 hits? Because that's difficult to get with a weapon check.
Dragons require 7,
Oof.
I believe. Which there's also legendary items like the Dragon Hunter mod that reduces that. And if you're a high enough level in weapons mastery, you can also reduce the difficulty by 1. So there's ways to do it, but yeah, some really challenging creatures are hard to pierce, not to hit.
Right.
Because most large ones you can hit, but sometimes like their natural scales are just, bounce the bullet off.
Right. And of course, like any other skill check you make, you then apply your pips. You can apply determination or any rerolls. It works exactly the same as any other skill check. And throughout the course of the game, you can pick up other little nuancy rolls, especially when you start worrying about extra, or I should say, additional actions or extra uses of extra actions. The maximum number of attacks that you can make. If you're dual wielding, you can make a maximum number of attacks 4 times. Twice with each weapon. With a single weapon, you can attack up to 5 times, but it's difficult to get that many attacks, especially early level. That's not something you really need to worry about. There's also little nuance rules for how to add pips. You can only add pips to at most 2 dual wielding attacks or 3 weapon master attacks. But again, that's not something you're going to need to worry about too much in the beginning. It is good to keep in mind, though, that you don't need to roll all of your attacks at once, but you need to be mindful of how many pips you're using throughout your attack sequence. So if you don't feel like you absolutely need to use those pips, it might be helpful to hold on to them for your next attack action in case you do need a few extra pips on there. Okay, so once an action is declared, rolled, and appropriately modified, then you apply that to the difficulty value based on the enemy armor, which we've already gone over. And then, if you rolled 5 or more critical successes, you can consult the critical table, which is a lot of fun. I love critical tables. Critical tables are fantastic, and this one actually has one built straight into the game. I know a lot of DMs in Dungeons and Dragons have made their own critical tables, but this one has one already built into the game. No surprise, it's just another D6 table. There's 6 options. You roll on the critical table, and cool stuff happens. Like let's say I rolled a critical success here, 2. Deal plus 5 bonus damage. There you go. Just an additional 5 bonus damage, which in the beginning of the game is a ton of damage.
Oh yeah, it's real scary if an adversary critically hits a level 1 player and rolls that, because it's like, uh-oh.
And you can actually have multiple instances of criticals. If you have a high enough dice pool, you can roll multiple criticals, which can be modified by pips. So if you're throwing that maximum 16 dice and you roll 10 successes, that's 2 criticals. I believe Trevor on another stream said that he's yet to see anyone roll 3 criticals, which would be 15 successes.
Yes, I have yet to see it. And the first person that sends full proof, certified by several people, I will send a book because after 201 shots and 3-year-long campaigns, no one's ever rolled 3 crits. People have gotten close, but never have they fully rolled the naturals, 5s and 6s to get that, and it's crazy.
I don't know. I've done 3 net
Challenge
20s in a row
accepted.
before, multiple times.
Well, there
Yeah.
you go.
Actually, there was one time I did 4 net 20s in a row.
Well, if we get that, you might be
Yeah.
the first one to get a book.
We'll
We'll
see.
see.
We'll see.
I know.
Odds of
It's
that
like,
have got to be abysmal. 15.
15 successes out of a maximum of 16
Yeah.
dice. Yeah, that's
Yeah. So one of
All
those
1
has
in
to be
3
an auto
chances.
hit.
and Jack will
Yeah.
complain about me killing another of his monsters in a brutal
Yep.
way.
Yeah. So if it happens,
deserved it,
I will be
Jack.
super happy to see that happen because it's very statistically difficult.
Yeah. She deserved it.
So that covers pretty much everything from the attacker's standpoint. You rolled your attack. It either goes through or it doesn't. We'll get to the defending options just now. And if it goes through, you roll your you roll your damage dice, which is very clearly laid out in the equipment table. Apply any modifications or conditions you might get from the weapon or any abilities, and there you go. But on the flip side of things, either as a player defending or as a GM controlling an enemy when it's being attacked, there are options that you have when defending against an attack. So when under attack, there are a number of different reactions you can take to prevent or lessen that damage. And Trevor's already mentioned one of those with his mention of, what was it, the dodge ability when you get 7 skill points in there. But even before you get that maximum capstone, there are a number of ways to either avoid or deflect damage. I believe I counted three main ways of doing so.
Right?
Yeah. So to deflect a melee attack, it would be a reaction,
Yes.
which would be a contested power or finesse check against the original the original roll of the attacker. Or if you have skills in the defense skill, if you have at least 1 skill point in defense, you can make a defense skill check. Again, contested by that original roll. That can be fiddled around with depending on how many skill points you have in defense and yada yada, but that's the basics of it. To avoid a melee attack, to dodge a melee attack, you can use the balance skill check. If you have 3 or more skill points in it. So that's something you have to be particularly trained to do. So it's more difficult to pull off than just deflecting a melee attack. But if you have 3 skill points in balance, you can make a contested balance check again against the attacker's original roll.
And I added that because in Reforged because I just was like, wait a second, that would make sense for like a monk-like character, like a mimic or something, to dodge out of the way of a melee attack by balancing out of it.
Yeah. And then to dodge out of the way of ranged attacks, again, in action, a contested dodge check against the attacker's original roll. So they all work the same way. You can't deflect a melee or a ranged attack. You can't deflect a ranged attack, but you can dodge. So they all cost no reaction. They're all contested checks, and they all are against the original attack roll of the target. So they all work the same way. It's just the means at which you are going about it. I like versatility of rolls that all basically function in the same way. It makes it easy to remember what you're doing. You just kind of reflavor it.
Yep, me too. I like consistency and organization. So
and Finally, moving around combat, you need to be aware of your footing, your positioning, because attacks of opportunity, or in this game, reactionary strikes, work a little bit differently than they do in D&D. Basically, if any two beings are adjacent to each other during combat, they are considered locked in combat. That doesn't mean they can't move, but if either attempts to move out of the other's adjacent area, the stationary being gets to make a reactionary strike if they want to use their reaction to do so. Now, this means any sort of movement, even if you remain next to them. So there is a handy graphic in the rule book. What page is that? That is page 23. There's a handy graphic on page 23 of the book, which demonstrates this. But unlike in Dungeons and Dragons, where you are freely able to move around the target as much as you want, you just can't leave their attacking distance. In Veil of the Void, if you move at all while engaged in the target, they can make a reactionary strike. So it makes movement in combat a lot more dynamic.
I definitely tried to make combat very dynamic and flowy. There's a lot of like weird things you can do in combat that really encourage the narrative side of play and also give one side or the other an upper hand. And it also allows for some fun future classes we have, like the duelist class, which can move around someone for free without doing the reactionary strikes and locks them in combat with them. So
yeah, like I said, there's a lot of ways in this game for you to bend the rules to do really cool things. So all of these core mechanic breakdowns is the the most likely, the way they're supposed to work. But when you start getting into different traits and abilities and items and whatnot, they can bend things, and that it's good to eventually learn those as the GM. But that is also on the players to know how their class works and whatnot. But that more or less covers combat. Now, I do have a step-by-step guide. There is another step-by-step guide in the index in the core rulebook. But just going down that super quickly, pretty much first step, call for initiative. Initiative is real simple, 1d6 plus finesse. Sometimes you get modifiers in there. If you get a tie, awareness wins. Higher awareness wins the tie. There are surprise rounds in this game: surprised or ambush. Surprised if the player is surprising enemies, ambushed if you are being ambushed by enemies. But just two different words for both sides of the coin. Basically, if one side is caught unaware via a successful covert skill check, those who are taken by surprise lose their initial turn and cannot take reactions until their first turn. Now, there are various abilities in the game, depending on class and gear and whatnot, where you can be aware of a sneak attack and therefore not be part of that. But again, that's bending the rules based off of other additional ability rules. Once you've determined your initiative, you go down that initiative. You start with the movement phase. Now, the movement phase, when it comes to movement, important to note is there is base movement and extra movement, just like there is your base dice pool and bonus dice. To my knowledge, there's nothing that reduces your base movement, which is determined by your species, right? Species or class.
The only thing in this game that reduces base movement is on the critical chart if you get a major wound that reduces all your movement to 2 squares.
Good to
That's
know.
the only thing in this game that reduces
All
base movement. I think. Don't quote me on that.
There's a lot of abilities and whatnot to bend things about. Somebody in chat asked, armor affects extra movement. The penalties you get from wearing heavy armor affects extra movement.
Yep. Which makes sense. You won't be as mobile as someone, say, wearing light armor or medium armor. And then that's where masteries come in too, because if you wear that armor long enough, then the negative of the extra movement goes down by 1. So
So as Trevor pointed out, except for that one critical instance, or maybe some little things that may come up here and there, penalties to extra movement cannot reduce your extra movement to below 0. You can't go so far down that you lose base movement. There's also flight, which can be real fun through jetpacks and whatnot. Flight is counted as extra movement. It's part of your extra movement on top of whatever extra movement you may have from various other things. That's real fun to play around with. There are rules for that. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. That is page 19. But basically, if you're on the ground and you want to fly, you lift off, and then you spend your flight movement. If you're already in the air, you can spend your flight movement, however much flight movement you want, and then you can land, and then also move your base movement and non-flight extra movement and whatnot.
Mhm.
The only little nuance rule there is if you take damage while flying, you have to make a flight check, usually difficulty 3, or be reduced by half movement. That's basically, if you get shot in the air, you might knock you off course and you have to readjust and all that.
Yep. Which again makes perfect sense.
Oh yeah. And then there are other options for your movement phase. Things like sprinting and aiming and disengaging, channeling and maintaining a channel, rearming / reloading, and unjamming. All of those
Mhm.
you do during your movement phase, and they use a certain amount of movement and potentially other actions, either your main action or your extra action. Those rules you can find on page 20. They all pretty much do what they say on the tin. Sprinting doubles your movement. Aim gives you +1 auto hit dice on the next weapon attack. Disengage pretty much does what it does in D&D. You get to move away without accruing reactionary strikes. Channeling and maintaining a channel is part of the magic system, which we will get to just after this. Rearming and reloading, so that's basically switching out a weapon or reloading your firearm, is part of the movement phase, as is unjamming a weapon. And they all take various amounts of your movement, either all of your movement or half your movement. And then either no additional actions and extra action, or sometimes in the case of starting a channel would be your main action. We'll get into channels later. I love the magic system in this game. I love seeing non-Vancian magic.
Me too.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm obsessed with the magic
Yeah.
in this game. Which I'm playing an Elder Mage, so I
Yeah, we're
probably
gonna
would
see
be.
plenty of magic in the demonstration.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that concludes your movement phase. Then you get into your action phase, and this is the bulk of combat. So you declare your attack and its intended target. You build your dice pool, which we've already gone over. You roll the check and apply any pips in determination or any other funkiness you get to bend fate. You compare the results of that check to the difficulty value of the armor. If the attack succeeds, roll damage, apply any effects, consult the critical table if applicable, consult the conditions page if applicable. If the attack fails to meet the difficulty value, or you manage to avoid the attack, either let's say that if the defender avoids the attack through any of the options we've already gone over, balance, dodge, deflect, or dodge ranged. I mean, that simply means that the attack misses. You continue with your action phase if you have additional attacks that you can make, whether it be through additional main actions you may have or the use of extra actions, and you rinse and repeat as needed. And that's it. Combat's pretty straightforward. It's combat like in any other game. Just a few other considerations to be wary of, but it all follows the same core mechanic and same dice rules that everything else does, because it's just a skill check like everything else. Skill check versus a value that you need to meet.
Yep.
Finally, in combat, the one last final thing is, of course, the finality that is death. Which I really like in this game. I like how you do it in this game.
Oh, good.
So, if an attack would reduce you to less than 0 HP, you instead enter a downed state and remain at 0 HP. While downed, you may perform only the sustain action. This is basically your death saves from D&D. Of course, it uses a 1d6 like everything else. On a success, you gain 1 death save, or 1 death hit. You need 4 of them, I believe, to stabilize. Right? Yeah.
Yes.
If you do not get a success, you start accruing negative HP. You take one negative HP if you do not get a death save. So on whether that be through a failure or if for some reason you are unable to roll a sustain check, you start accruing negative HP. If you roll a critical failure, you instead take 2 negative HP. At 5 negative HP, you are knocked unconscious and are no longer able to make those sustain checks, which means every round you're going to take an additional negative HP until you get to 8, and then you're dead. So even in combat, there is something for you to do. It's not instant death like in some games. It does have a death save feature. I thought I remembered reading somewhere, but clarify for me. Is there any movement that you can take while downed? It's just the sustain action.
It's just the sustain action. And then if someone is able to, they can come and stab you with a medical shot, which does give you 2 death hits. And what's fun too is since we were talking about skills earlier, a lot of skills have 2 virtues. With Medicament, people will see that it has a vitality virtue. That vitality virtue only ever comes up when you're using it to try to save someone who's dying. And what's really fun about that is if someone's vitality is higher than your mentality, you can use their vitality stat to try to heal them. So it's a fun additional way to try to save someone from dying.
Right. More based off their sheer will to live than necessarily your medical training, let's say. Yeah.
Yeah. And to clarify Ajax's question, no, healing spells work just like healing items. They give the character 2 death hits, and that may only be done twice per round. It does not instantly heal someone up.
Yeah, you don't. It's not as easy to get the D&D death yo-yo, as I call it, where where characters are like, yeah, that's fine. You go down. Next turn, we'll apply 1 HP, and you're back up in full fighting condition again. If you go down, it can be quite difficult to get them back up. So this game does build into the rule system being aware and proactive with health management, which I really like.
And that's one of the best things about the combat medic, because the combat medic can go, oh crap, let me stab you real fast with this medical gun or shoot you, and I'll be back again next round. Just don't die, please.
I mocked up a combat medic. They look so fun.
They are so much fun to play. One of my co-author, actually, Noble, she played a combat medic, and it's what really got her super invested in this game. And her character was a full pacifist, so she never once had to attack in anything. But without her, the team would have died. I don't even know how many times.
Yeah, I was looking at the combat medic since nobody else seems interested in being a healer. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, but I want to shoot magic.
Yeah. Well, see, there's a fun thing about that. There's a lot of spells that I added that also do some crazy healing. So there's a bunch of different ways to be a player in this game.
And
so
it's one of those things. It's like, if I am going to play the ones that are basically vampires, it's like, do you really want them being the medic?
That's a great question, isn't it?
It's like, I don't know. You look too far gone. Let's just,
yeah, I'm just gonna eat the rest of you. Okay.
Pretty much. It's like, do you really want that being the medic?
Don't worry, your death will sustain me.
Uh,
But that's not what the sustain action's for.
But Taylor, you do bring up a good point. You want to play a combat medic, but you also want to throw around fun magical spells. Well, take 2 points in Arcanting.
Yeah.
There you go. You unlock some spells.
Just fair point.
I do. We're probably not going to go too in depth into character creation, because that's something you can generally do on your own. I'd love exploring character creation, so we're gonna provide some examples. But one such example, is exactly that, the idea of not so much multi-class. There's less of an idea in this game of multi-classing as there is of just expanding the horizons of what your class can do. So as you gain levels, you can choose to sacrifice one of your abilities and just take a non-unique ability from another class. Or
So kind of like what you can do in Blades,
yeah, very much the same.
because you can just be like, you know what, I just want the thing from
Yeah,
this class.
yeah. Very much the same.
I'm gonna plug it right here.
Each class does have unique abilities that can only be taken by that particular class.
Makes
But
sense.
there are some ways around that. So instead of gaining full spell casting from being a Thaumatech, you can invest points into Arcanting and gain spells that way. Not as many spells, but you can kind of dip into a spell casting ability like that. So through taking other classes features or through the use of skills, you can really diversify the type of characters that you play. I think this game, more than any other system I've seen, you'd be hard pressed for 2 people to independently make the exact same character.
Oh yeah, even out of the, like I said, hundreds of one shots I've made, like everybody's own personality comes through their character really well in this system, and that's what it really encourages. And it's fun to see how like diverse people can be. Like I've had like 30 or 40 people play a combat medic, and none of them work the exact same way. I'm like, wow, you guys are so different in the way you're playing. And that's what's really fun about it.
But segueing from the magic discussion, that's about the only other rule system in this game that we haven't covered, which is extremely versatile, but also very simple. And it's that's another compliment I can bestow on Trever here. It is difficult to make something that is versatile and simple at the same time, but man, you managed it with the magic system.
Awesome. Good. I'm glad.
But no surprise, the magic system works exactly the same as any other skill check, because it's an Arcanting skill. All of magic is based off the Arcanting skill, which is then based off of a virtue determined by your spellcasting class. So mentality for Thaumatechs, and power for Necromancers, and judgment for Naturalist.
Naturalist,
Yeah, there we go.
yes. And judgment also for the Mimic Delusionist spec.
Which is your fairly standard breakdown, just like in D&D, between wizard and sorcerer and bard and yada yada.
And then of course, if you're a class that doesn't have spellcasting and you take Arcanting, you can choose either mentality or judgment as your casting.
Right. But it's really quite simple to understand how magic works, because it's all broken down in the spell cards for how spells work. Pretty much everything you need to know is all right there. So it has a difficulty value, which is expressed the same way that any other skill's difficulty value is. It follows the same chart that I showed at the beginning of this stream, which is your Arcanting skill plus your appropriate virtue plus any other ways you were able to fiddle with your dice pool. You roll that. If you meet or succeed that difficulty, your spell goes off. There you go. You have a range increment, which works the same way range works in any other game. It doesn't get really complicated. You have duration, which generally works the same in any other game, but this system, because it's a non-Vancian magic system, which is a term I don't know if modern gamers may get, but the Dungeons and Dragons magic system is what's known as a Vancian magic system or Vankian magic system, based off of the writer. His last name was Vance. Jack Vance? I think it was Jack Vance, who wrote a book, who basically inspired Gygax's interpretation of magic, where you can only memorize a certain amount of spells per day. When you cast those it's more noticeable when you look back into older editions of D&D. They kind of start not dumbing it down, but making it more versatile in 5th edition through the use of other classes and whatnot. But your typical like 2nd edition, 3rd edition wizard is like true Vancian magic. You memorize the spell. When you cast the spell, you forget how the spell works. You have a certain number of spell slots and all that. In Veil of the Void, you can cast as many spells as you want. Now, there's problems with casting a lot of spells, but you can cast as many spells as you want. You don't need to worry about memorizing your spells. You don't need to worry about having spell slots and all that. So you're not going to run out of spell slots. You're not just going to be throwing cantrips left and right because you don't want to worry about blowing your 1/5 level spell. It really makes spell casting a lot more versatile and a lot more dynamic because you don't need to be worried about a complicated resource management system. But the way you get around that, one of the main ways you get around that, there's basically 2 ways around that, is the channel system and the charge state system. Both of which I really like because it balances that that ability to cast as much as you want with a scale for showing the detriments you are going to incur from casting too much.
I can't tell you how difficult it was to make that balanced and
Yeah.
work properly.
Yeah.
I love it though.
I'm really excited to see this in play. I'm looking forward to your Elder Mage because I really want to see some magic in this game.
Oh, I'm terrified because you were mentioning giving us auto miss dice. I'm like, if I critically fail my magic,
yeah.
I can't talk for 3 rounds. So
And that's not the worst part of critically failing magic.
no.
Oh, I'm sure. Because I'm sorry, it's like, oh, you can't talk for 3 rounds. Okay, that can't be the worst because nothing exploded in your face.
Oh, we'll get to the things exploding in your face in just a second.
Yeah.
There we go.
But before we get to that, there is the channel system. Now that is included in the duration column or row of your spell card. I'm looking for one here. Let's see. What am I looking at here? Void Well. It is an air magic, a novice level air magic, Void Well. On page 151, in the duration section, it has channel 1/3 rounds. That means you need to channel the spell for 1 round before you can cast it, and then it has a duration of 3 rounds. Yes, denoted by channel duration, listed in the spell's duration section. Which goes back to the movement phase. So that's if you look back to the movement section and those extra options you have during your movement phase, that's where channeling and maintaining the channel comes in. So to initiate a channel, you have to spend what was it, half your movement? Half your movement and your action, your main action, to initiate a channel. But if it takes more than 1 turn to channel that spell, as some higher level magics do, it only requires an extra action on your next turn to maintain the channel, as well as half your movement. I believe it still takes half your movement.
Yeah, no, always takes half your movement and an extra action, and then it takes your full action once you're ready to cast.
But if you have a spell that says channel 3, let's say, you channel it for your first round. So your first round, it's all channeling. Second round, you maintain, which is part of your movement and your extra action, but you still have an action that you can use. So you can still do other things while you're channeling. So even though it takes multiple turns to get off more powerful spells, you're not just completely out of the fight. You can you can run up, you can attack, you can use a skill. I believe you can even cast other magics that don't take channel, right?
Yeah, as long as you have both hands free, because all magic takes drawing
Mhm.
runes. So it's so cool to just like picture a character drawing a channeled flame spell while throwing an ice spell
Yeah.
out at the same time and just being like magic everywhere.
Yeah. The magic system in this game is incredibly versatile and incredibly dynamic. And then once you reach that channel point, once you go the certain number of maintained channel actions, you can then spend your action to finally cast that spell during the action phase. Then you roll your check, make sure it goes off, apply whatever happens, yada yada, and then it goes on cooldown. While in cooldown, the spell cannot be cast again. You can, however, cast other spells. So while you can cast as many spells as you want, you can't just spam the same spell over and over again. Like I said, versatile and dynamic. Then there is the charge state. I really like the charge state. Basically, there are 4 types of magic in this system, denoted by their realm: arcane, natura, reflection, and ether, which are all used by one of the various classes: thaumaturg, arcane, naturalist, natura, mimic, reflection, necromancer, ether. And they all have their own charge state. So if you are able to cast spells from 2 different realms, they have 2 different charge states, so you can go back and forth. Now, each time you successfully cast a spell of a particular type, you add 1 point to your charge state for that realm. When you accrue 6 charge points, that's when you get overcharged, and that's when things start getting difficult. You can still cast as much as you want, but while overcharged, all spell durations are increased by 2 rounds, their difficulty value is increased by 1, and you lose 1 bonus die on your Arcanting check. Again, that's a bonus die. It will not affect your base pool. Spell attacks are not affected by the overcharged state's -1 bonus die or +1 spell difficulty, but all other detriments apply. Like any other game, the magic system has a few more little nuanced rules than any of than like standard just physical attacks. But like I said before, it's super straightforward and follows about the same skill-based roll progression that everything else does. And then we get into critical failures, which you've kind of already hinted at with your Elder Mage not being able to talk, but that is not the worst thing that can happen, because if you do critically fail, the spell goes out of control. Magic is inherently dangerous in Veil of the Void, which I like. It adds a little bit of chaos to any sort of magic. So basically, if you critically fail, this creates a dangerous expanding vortex of damaging magic that travels around the battlefield, seeking out spellcasters, doing all kinds of damage, growing every round, moving all over the place. It creates just utter mayhem on the battlefield. And
it gets scarier based off the spell level that was cast, which is great.
Yeah. Depending on the level, it determines the size, how long it lasts, and how much damage it does. Of course, if you're good enough at magic, you can attempt to cancel it with an Arcanting check based on the tough, which takes 5 successes to succeed. Arcanting check. Now, when your charge state reaches 12 points, which is the maximum a charge state can be, that's when things get just ridiculously, incredibly dangerous. You can still cast spells, but any spells that you fail to cast, like just regularly fail, any spells you do not succeed at, count as critically failing. And on a natural critical failure, the spell instead deals 20% of the caster's max HP to all beings in a 7x7 area centered on the caster. So if you critically fail while at the end of your charge state, you basically just set off a magical nuke on top of yourself.
Yeah. basically. And I actually am releasing like a detailed explanation that I wrote like forever ago, because magic, I broke it down on this universe kind of almost like electrical engineering. And so I wrote this whole 5-page explanation of how magic actually works and how you cast in this game. So basically, what happens is your charge state builds up in you, and then it just bursts, like you were saying. And so, it dealing with electricity in a unsafe way will usually lead to chaos. So,
Yeah.
kind of how magic is here too.
Of course, the best way to lower your charge state is just take a nap. Just stop casting spells, cool down. Just stop doing things. Just calm down. On a short rest, you reduce your current charge state by 6 points. Charge state does not accrue while you are in the realm of that particular magic, because you don't need to condense that magic inside of you. It's all around you. You just pull it from where you need it to be and have at it. But in Veil of the Void, spellcasters are encouraged to manipulate how their spells work and even create their own spells, which is super fun. In the core rulebook, there is a whole section dedicated to creating spells, and even on the forum on your website has an even expanded guide on spell creation, which is super fun.
A whole like detailed guide on lore friendly ways to make spells, and like a more in-depth guide to it than what I could fit in the GM's guide. So basically, I always try to add free stuff on the forum or release it on our Discord to if I come up with something else that should be added. So I release a lot of free content.
And you know what? Because it was mentioned, here you go, chat. Here's the link to that forum to go check out all the free resources that are available to whet your appetite for more Veil of the Void. But that's a great segue to sort of conclude this core mechanic breakdown, because that is everything you need to know to run your game. As a player, as a GM, all you need now is to think up a story and take what you know now to determine what the armor difficulty values for enemies to be hit are, what the average amount of damage your things should be doing. Now all of that's about as far as you can get with the core book, or the demo book, I should say. That's about as far as you can get with the demo book with the quick start guide. But in the core rulebook, there are a ton of DM tools. That is, for anyone following along with the core book, chapter 8 is a whole section that is 14 pages of tips and tricks, optional rules, and most importantly, how to create pretty much anything you need in the game. On top of,
I love. I'm so sorry. I keep interrupting. But I love the GM's guide. That's the one that I'm most proud of, because I pretty much tried to add every last thing that I use to make my own stuff in this game, so that you can make it. For especially people like you who like home brewing. I try. And what's funny is I use all of those guides in there to actually make my own stuff, like all the monsters in the book. So
so enemy creation, the combat encounter, building a combat encounter, crafting weapons and potions and spells and whatnot. You even have a section in here for how to craft your own business ventures, which I love. Guides for how to create different political factions and business opportunities is my jam.
Oh yeah, and I have that whole guide in there. If your character's a noble, how to make a huge noble backline, and that gives your GM so much fodder to just use.
So because that is part of the core book and not part of the demo rules, I'm gonna leave that if the basics of this rules has whetted your appetite for Veil of the Void, I do heavily encourage going out and picking up at least the PDF of it. It's what, $20? Very affordable.
Yeah.
Very affordable, and well worth it. It's a great game. It's incredibly versatile. You get all the player information you need, you get all the GM information you need, and you get an extensive monster manual all in one book. You don't need to worry about buying a player's guide and a DM's guide and a monster manual and 3 separate things. So for $20 or 60 for the hard cut, is it 50 or 60?
55 for the hardback with free shipping in the US if you're in the US. So I wanted to do free shipping internationally, but that stuff's expensive. So unfortunately, I try to keep it as cheap as I can internationally, but
well worth it, because it's basically 3 books in one. It's everything you need to run the game, and especially the GM's guide. That chapter 8 has all kinds of great tools for you to help create your game, both mechanically and narratively. There's things in there for both of those. But I think the one that I appreciate the most, and I'll talk a little bit about that and give you a little bit more sneak peek into things in the core book, is the encounter building system in this game. Because I've been playing Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition basically since it came out, and do not ask me to build an encounter without using an encounter calculator. I cannot do it. I will not do it. I refuse. It's too much complicated math. It's nothing makes sense. It's all over the place. No, just go to Kobold. go to D&D Beyond. You don't need those complicated automated resources to build an encounter in this game. It's much more simplified than that. And basically, all you need to do is know what level your characters are, how many characters you have, and how many rounds you want that combat to go on. Then you determine the average damage that your characters will do, which is already laid out in the book here. Level 1 average damage is about 14 damage. General rule of thumb is you add +3 damage for every additional level on top of that. So you could, if you wanted to really tailor it to your specific party, actually go through and, do all the calculations for their various different things, yada yada. But this rule, 14 damage +3 per level, really holds true. I've been working with building encounters because I'm building an encounter for this for our demonstration play, and this works. I mean, we'll see when we get to the demonstration play, but I mean, it's that simple. 14 +3 per level, multiplied by how many characters you have, and then multiplied again for how many rounds you want that to last, and that determines how much HP you have to play around with when building your encounter. And that's about all you have to worry about.
Plus 20% just to calculate for critical hits. That's what that 20% is there for. So,
which makes it incredibly easy to work with.
I'm proud of it. I like that it's much simpler than it was in the first edition, and I really like the calculation because it holds true too. Because then, as long as your players aren't constantly getting insane numbers of levels, or you're not giving out like 66 weapons or something like that, it'll hold true for every encounter, and then you just change the number of rounds that you want, and it makes it really nice and simple. I'd like to think
I'm looking forward to seeing how encounters go. Really testing out this encounter builder, and it does expand on that even further, about different ways you can play around with that HP and play around with the narrative of how damage is dealt. It goes a little bit more in depth on how to build particular enemies, how much average damage they should do, and whatnot. How to determine adversary difficulty, and different tiers for building enemies, whether they're just average level mook enemies, or whether they're strong like lieutenant enemies, or whether they're challenging like boss enemies, or premium like world ending monstrosities.
Yeah, no CR systems
Right.
here. Just a guide on
Right.
difficulties.
You don't need CRs. You don't need a real
Yeah.
complicated CR calculator. You just need to
Mhm.
make sure that your players do enough average damage to take out the total amount of HP that you throw at them. Now, you should be aware of how much damage your enemies are doing, because just because you have 1,000 HP to spend, you probably don't want to spend that all on one monster that can one shot your players in one hit.
Typically not.
But the monsters in this game's the ones I've looked at, and obviously we haven't played yet, so I we'll see how it actually plays out. But they look like they fit really well into how you laid out creating encounters, which I definitely appreciate, because that is one thing that I find difficult in D&D. The rules for creating enemies in D&D don't
Mhm.
fit the stat blocks for enemies
Yep.
that are already created, so you have to further mess around with them. But
Yeah, that always annoyed me
as you
when I
said,
was homebrewing.
you made your monsters this exact way.
Yep.
There you go. There's no better tool than the one the creator used.
Yeah, and then there's what I think like 65 or something in the core
Mhm.
rulebook that you can play
Yeah.
around with too, as far as pre-made
Yeah.
monsters. So
And tweaking those pre-made monsters is real simple. I mean, just reskinning them to do something else, changing the type of
Mhm.
damage that they do, swapping abilities from one monster to another.
Mhm.
I mean, obviously you can break things if you dogpile too much on one creature, but as long as you stick to that general damage threshold indicated by the type of adversary you're building, and keep it generally
Mhm.
within the HP constraints of your calculation, you should be able to make a pretty cool encounter. And
Yep.
if you do make something that's a little bit more challenging than you initially intended, there's some rules for helping to DM that. I will leave it to you guys as GMs to look into that, because that's super secret top level classified GM information, because you never tell your players that you're making things up on the fly.
Never.
No. All right, there you go. We're done. That's how to play Veil of the Void. That's it. That's everything you need to know. Did I miss anything, Trevor?
No, you did an absolutely fabulous job.
So what was that watch I forgot to draw on my arm today? That was we started around 1.
Hour and a half.
It's just we started really just after 1:30. It's a little after 3:30. That's 2 hours. 2 hours to learn a game.
Oh yeah.
With all
Oh, yeah.
kinds of examples and other tangential ramblings that we may have
Mhm.
had. I think that's real good. So if you caught this from
Yeah.
start to finish, you should have everything you need to play the game now, especially if you were able to follow along with the core book, or if you want to head over to Patreon and take a look at my lesson plan I developed for this. You can't
Mhm.
find that right now because it's not up there. But for YouTube, once this video gets to YouTube, I'm going to have this guide up on Patreon. That's going to be a free resource, because all of this is available in the free demo book version of
Mhm.
Veil of the Void. I'm not going to lock that content behind my own paywall, because Trevor's not putting it behind his. So if you wanna follow
That's
if you
good.
want to follow along with how I chose to look at the core rulebook and break down the core mechanics and how I learned this game, you can find all of those on Patreon, and perhaps even Ko-Fi. I'm working on the Ko-Fi page. But I know I took a look at this rulebook a few weeks ago when I was first introduced to it. In fact, by Ajax, which I believe is in the chat. Hello, Ajax. Thanks for introducing me to Veil of the Void. He also, if you want to check out his YouTube channel, he does a lot of Veil of the Void stuff. Very
Mhm.
helpful over there. Very fun campaign that he runs.
Yeah, I have to say, Veil the Void has an amazing community. I'm so grateful for all of you guys, uh, especially those who take time to help explain the book a bit more, because I'm doing so much by
Yeah.
myself.
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of time to record as many videos as
Mhm.
I'd like, so I'm super grateful to you and thankful for what you've done so far as well with this amazing summary. And then everyone else that's part of this community. Like, I don't know how we got such a fantastic community, but we
Well, it's by
did.
making
And
a
I'm so
fantastic
grateful for
game.
everyone. True. I suppose. Yeah. So I'm so grateful for everyone and for you and everyone else that joins and especially for everyone that's starting to make content now because you're all amazing creators. So I'm super humbled just to have people here that are interested in working on it. So
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, so there are plenty of resources available to help learn this game. I hope mine helped you. If you missed any of the earlier sections of this sort of tutorial, the VOD will be made available on Twitch. You can watch that just as soon as we're done here. It will be uploaded to YouTube after the mandatory 24-hour period. And I think it may actually take me a little bit longer because I do want to chop this down into digestible parts, into well, for instance, taking out these stutters where I just think of the words I want to use. But I want to, on top of this, make more concise, how to build your dice pool, how to resolve checks, how to do combat. So the guide is going to be available here on Twitch. It's going to be available on YouTube, and I'm going to have a written version via this lesson plan I wrote up, available on my own sites. All of those you're going to be able to find below down on the cards.
awesome. And as thanks for all of this amazing work, I added a 15% coupon. So if you use Ascension, named after you guys, you'll get 15% off everything on there. So yeah, be watching that. And another thing, we're going to actually be having a group set box that I'm working on for purchase, where you'll get 4 books and a deck of cards, and some character sheets. So use that code
Nice.
when that comes out to get your whole group set up.
Having a discount named after me, like, ooh, you gave me
Yeah,
the
that's so
chills.
exciting.
Oh, feel
y'all.
Yeah,
fancy now.
We're a coupon, y'all.
Your
that's
coupon.
We're coupon.
Yeah, so that'll be Ascension
Love
without
it.
capitals because that's too much work to put
Yeah.
capitals. So
All right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Goodbye, imposter syndrome. I'm a coupon now.
you look at you being all fancy.
Bring value into other people's lives. That's a good thing.
Yeah, so congratulations, you're now a
Yeah.
coupon.
Okay. Well, that concludes the tutorial session of
Mhm.
this show. But we are not done here. We got about another hour left to go, and we're gonna delve into the session 0 of the actual demonstration mini-series that we're going to run moving forward, entitled The Siren Sun. I am super excited for this little mini-series. I have a really cool idea planned out, but it's one of the most important tools for GMing is the session 0. Do not skimp on the session 0. Even if you are with a group of people, a group of people you've played with already, it is important to have a session 0 because every game is different. Every time you have somebody building a new character, they might want to play a different way. Every game has different themes that may affect one person or another in a way you're not you may not have expected. So it is always very important to have a session 0, outline what the game is about, the themes of that game. Make sure that everybody has the same expectations for how to move forward, the level of seriousness in the game, whether you're playing a real heavily investigative political game where everything is super serious and consequences are dire, or whether you're playing a more pulpy type game where you can just kind of have at it and joke around and whatnot. It's important to express and have everybody on the same page, so you don't have one person who wants to play a real serious black trench coat investigation game, and then the rogue here is, or the barbarian is busting through walls like Kool-Aid Man, just ruining everything.
I feel called out.
Yeah. So it's important to establish expectations, and I do mean establish and not set. The GM is not there to dictate what the game is going to be about, or how things are going to proceed, because it is a collaborative storytelling game. Everybody needs to be on the same page, so you need to be flexible with what you're playing, and you need to be inclusive to everybody. So we're gonna have a little bit of a session 0. I've talked with I've played with everybody here but Trevor, and I've talked with Trevor quite a bit. I've seen you on the streams that you've been on, so I'm more or less familiar with how I think this game is going to go. It's a really it has the potential to be either, you know, real gritty or real light. Like I said, this game is incredibly versatile, incredibly dynamic, incredibly customizable. But we'll establish this game moving forward. I'll give you a little sneak peek, a little hint into what the story is going to be generally about, and then go over our characters. Before we get into that, though, let's take a real quick break, because I've been talking for a while now. So let's take a real quick break. I can get up, everybody can go stretch, go to the bathroom, grab a drink, whatever you need to do. I can play around with my windows, transition into my session 0 notes, and then we can get back and I can give you a look at the session 0 for upcoming Siren Sun mini adventure. So stick around. Like I said, the example of a session 0 is just as important as examples of play or examples of rules. And we're going to be talking about our characters and building our StatSec team on stream. It's going to be real fun. So I hope you stick around, and I hope my music is working, because I picked out some really fun music for you guys to listen to during the intermission. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. Stick around for us. Welcome back to some more People's Ascension RPGs Uncovered, featuring Veil of the Void as our first season here. Super excited to delve into this. For anyone just joining us, we spent the last about 2 hours or so going over the core mechanics of how to play this game, and it's really all there. If you got 2 hours to allow me to walk you through those rules, you'll have everything you need to know, especially if you're following along with the free demo rulebook and the free character sheets. So it's that quick and easy. 2 hours, I'm already explaining it for you. It's all right there. Go enjoy a new game, which is exactly what we're going to start doing right here with our Session 0. So a core feature of RPGs Uncovered is going to be a demonstrative mini-series for each game that we get into, because you can only understand a game so well by reading the rulebook. At some point, you just have to get in there and actually roll your dice and experience learning the rules firsthand. So we're going to have a really fun mini-series that's probably going to take 3 or 4 episodes, depending on what these guys get into. And we'll see all of these rules in action, because I'm going to find a way to pretty much use as many of the different rule sets and creation guides in the GM's guide to showcase everything available in this game.
That's not scary at all.
I'll be honest, it scares me less than it would have 3 years ago.
Right. But I do want to thank all of you guys watching along for sticking around, and I especially want to thank all of my players here for sticking around, because they basically just listened to me yammer for 2.5 hours while they sat there politely and let me teach a game. So
It did help me fill out more of my character
nice,
sheet, so
nice.
I appreciate your answering.
I was also working on homework.
Sure. Well, I was going to say I hope you were paying attention, so you learn the rules, but homework is also important.
Look, I can re-listen to this.
That's true. Okay, so we're going to start off our mini series, as everybody should, with a Session 0. Now I know most of these people already. Played with 3 out of 4 of them already, and I've been having a great time talking with Trever about his game. So if there's anyone who understands how to play, it's him. I don't need to worry about about making sure he understands the rules. He wrote the rules. But when it comes to Session 0, everybody sort of has their own guides they go about, things that are more important to them. There's all kinds of guides online and checklists and whatnot for things you can run down when doing a Session 0. But I like to... what I find most important is just making sure that we're all on the same page for what kind of game we're playing. So anyone who has been following the People's Ascension, namely our Dungeons and Dragons campaign, you're probably aware that I run quite an investigative heavy, politically heavy, consequence heavy game. It's not a comedy game. It's definitely more of a drama, more intrigue sort of game. This one, because it's a very different system, it's a different group of players, and it's a mini series. I want this game to be a lot lighter and flashier and flamboyant and fun, and really explore the game system as best we can. Which I'm sure everybody is down for after I've been slowly crippling their souls in Dungeons and Dragons over the past 3 years. So I do encourage quirkier characters, quirkier decisions. Don't be afraid to really push the envelope with your creative thinking or the risks that you take. As we've seen in the rules, there's plenty of different ways that I, as the GM, can help you guys do crazy things, high-risk things, without it becoming immediately devastating. So I'll be able to work with you to tell a really fantastic story. Feel free to push the envelope when it comes to the characters you build and how you play the game. But the core premise of this miniseries that we're going to play is based around a commerce space station. And namely, the group, your group that you are all part of, is a section of StatSec, or Station Security, which, as the name would entail, is the police force for this station. Think kind of Mass Effect Citadel, but a little smaller. It's not just a trade station. There's residential wards and whatnot, and you're basically part of the policing authority of this station. I believe I determined that it was at the intersection, if I can find the map again, I believe it was at the intersection of unified space, council space, and where's that map? I mean, that's not really important, but it's at a key trade intersection. So it's not necessarily a hugely strategic system, but it is a highly visited system. So this station is quite crowded. There's all kinds of people from all kinds of species and walks of life here, and you are in a position of authority. Oh, here it is. Yes, it's a station sort of at the intersection of Council Space, Corian Space, and Elan Space. So three main trade networks all coming together here. Think kind of DS9 meets the Mass Effect Citadel. If you're familiar with both those franchises. So you are playing a group in Station Security. And I'll leave a lot of the we'll get to it in play, but basically the premise is that there is a new religious faction that popped up that has taken control of a Starforge. Basically, there's a superstructure that is built around the star in this system that gathers energy. And they've taken it over for their particular goal. And they're basically holding the star hostage, holding the main energy creation method of this system hostage, and urging the population of this large trade network on the intersection here to fold into their religion, namely in order to resurrect an ancient sun god. I love mixing old school fantasy with hard sci-fi. It's real fun to blend those two together. So just like the rule set in this game is a science fantasy rule set, this is definitely going to be a science fantasy game. So there's going to be high technology, but there's also going to be some zealous cult that you need to kick the snot out of. But the series is called The Siren Sun for a very important reason. And however they managed to do so, the way that they're really able to hold this system hostage is that anyone who enters this system via a ship, which is everybody, the navigation controls of that system automatically lock onto the star and fly into the star. They've effectively shut down any sort of travel in this system outside of their own. The sun is sending out some sort of siren signal, which causes ships to just focus in on the sun and dive right in. So it will be
Love that. That's really
up
cool.
to you guys to get there and shut it down.
Yeah, it doesn't sound problematic at all.
Let's just drive on over to it and see what
Yeah,
happens.
yeah,
Yeah.
down.
First
That'd
session,
be
straight
great.
into the sun.
Yeah.
Embrace the sun god.
TPK.
Embrace the sun
that
god.
is one way to do it. Just career shift. We're not stat sec anymore. We're sun cultists. All right, never mind. Completely different game. I can make it work.
Yeah, it's like very quick ending. Probably not the best way to show off the game if we just fly immediately into
Well,
the
no,
sun.
that would be
Probably
bad.
not.
But I don't want to give too much away as far as how the game is going to go down. But I've broken it down into 4 main beats. Hopefully it will take at most 4 sessions to play, though I kind of suspect 3, maybe 4 sessions to get through everything that I've had planned. Even factoring in that I usually plan way more than I expect, but I dialed it down. It's going to be like I said, you guys have a goal in mind. You know who you are, your station security. You know what the problem is, the Siren Sun and the cultists that are holding it hostage. And throughout the story, I'm going to give you very clear ways to go about remedying that. So you're not going to need to worry about investigating and playing detective and all that, or figuring out necessarily how you're going to do something. You're just going to need to figure out how to accomplish your goals, knowing what those goals are already. If you've been following along with the D&D, I don't tend to tell them what their goals are. I tell them what a problem is, and then I leave it up to them to figure out what their goals are and how they're going to accomplish them. But in this game, I'm definitely going to be like, here's who you are, here's where you're starting, here's where you need to get to, and here are some options on how to get there. Pick the option you want, how you want to go about working with that option to get to that final goal. And of course, if you come up with some other option that I didn't present, this is a collective storytelling experience, not a multiple choice essay. I can make pretty much anything work, but it's going to be a little clearer how you're going to proceed. I will say that, or let me ask, because like I said, it's not up to the GM to dictate, it's up to the GM to listen and tailor the experience to their players. What is everybody's preference on the lethality of a mini-series? Would you guys, obviously we want to get through the game, through the story, and learn the most about the rules system, so it's not going to be like every combat is going to be super difficult. But if I make the end stage combat very difficult, how does everybody feel about the possibility of failure at the end, or character death at the end?
Oh, I feel similarly to how I feel whenever we've done one-shots before. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, we've gone over, Arlene
Mhm.
and I and the others in a regular game have gone over this with you before, where it's like, if it's a one shot, then we care less about them surviving because we don't expect we're coming back to
Mhm.
them.
Mm-hmm.
I still care about my character, but if they die, then it's like, well,
Or it's
part of the story.
we're less upset when it happens to these characters as opposed to it happening to long campaign
Sure.
characters.
Mm-hmm. I will say, whatever happens here will probably carry over into one of my games.
Ooh,
So that'll be
that's exciting.
I like creating
Ooh.
connected universes. So
This is
Oh,
why
that's
you and Jack
exciting.
get on.
Oh, that's very exciting.
Yeah.
You're gonna
Yeah,
have
like
to let me know
my-
how that turns out, because
I will let you know. If you tune into the
Yeah.
Tuesday games, you'll probably hear something about
all
it.
right, all right,
If something goes wrong. So
I might just do that.
nice,
I
nice.
know.
That's
So
exciting.
Oh,
I have some
dangerous
real
stuff
fun
now.
things planned. I have some real fun things planned.
great! Can't wait to write it in the session notes section and then mess with it in my
Yeah.
campaign.
Yeah.
So,
Our absolute disaster of a crew is going to show up.
yeah,
Maybe if we survive.
we'll see.
We'll show up just long enough to fly into the sun.
Right.
Yeah, well,
There you go.
we'll see. We'll see how bad it goes.
Yeah. So basically, I hope to find that nice fine line between there's definitely stakes and important stakes, drama, and lightheartedness, and your characters feeling like they're important and powerful characters, because we're going to be playing either 5th or I think 7th level characters. I let you guys know to make 5th level characters, and when I go through, when I finish all my calculations, finished my encounter building, I will let you guys know if I want to have you bump your characters up another 2 levels, because I have some real fun ideas for some really interesting narrative things to happen. But I've determined that dragons are dangerous.
Yes.
So we'll have to see what I throw at you and what level I think you're going to have to be able to handle them.
Yeah, a lot of the Veil of the Void creatures are absolutely terrifying. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah, so there is the possibility that this could go cataclysmically wrong. And I do mean cataclysmically wrong. So don't blow up this star.
I was
I
going to
wouldn't
say
have it
we
any
should
other
blow up
way.
the star.
Don't tempt us with a good time.
I
over
suppose.
there.
I know.
I mean, that would
Don't give us
certainly,
a toy and then immediately take it away.
I'm sure that would certainly factor into a side note in your game, Trevor. Up, a major trade network star just went supernova, killing millions.
Oh yeah.
But
No,
it
there
still
would be.
solves the problem that we need to
I-
solve. So
Or would
Our
it?
job to prevent that.
Oh, that wasn't our job. Oops.
Some of you may die, but that's a risk we're willing to
Yep,
take.
yep.
There's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Okay, so good to know. I think we're all on the same page for level of seriousness. It seems we're all on the same page for we want to succeed. We want to see as much of the story as possible, but as long as we get to the finale, it's okay if characters die in a meaningful, realistic way. And even failure could be something that is narratively interesting. That all sound
Yes.
good to everybody?
Yeah, sounds
All
right.
right.
Yeah.
Sounds like a
I
plan.
already have, like, I've been playing through my mind an incredible cinematic cutscene of just how drastically bad the end of this series could go. Oh, I'm gonna have so much fun with the after show when we're done with this miniseries, because
Oh yeah.
as I've been telling my D&D crew for a while, I am so much more a sci-fi guy than a fantasy guy. So I am.
We
This
know,
is
yeah.
my playground. I have so many
Perfect.
This is
more.
the other thing that people need to take a drink
Yeah.
every time we
Anytime
mention.
I mention 3.5 or how much I like sci-fi or Shadowrun, drink up. You'll be passed out by the end of the stream.
Probably.
Yeah. So I have so much more to draw from when it comes to science fiction, science fantasy than I do pure ye olde fantasy land. So I'm having a blast with this. I think it's going to be a great time.
I'm excited to see what you do with the universe.
Another concern I like to bring up, and I'm certain it's not going to be a problem with this group, just based on the group, the reason for the group being together and the stakes of the goal you have in mind. But the concept of player versus player action, I always like to bring up in session 0. I'm okay with any amount of player against player narrative conflict that you want to have, as long as both sides agree to it ahead of time. I don't, however, like players rolling against each other, because I feel like that takes away creative agency from one side or another. Like I said, I doubt it's going to come up. You're all working together. You're all professionals on a station policing force. So you shouldn't be trying to backstab each other and make each other look bad, or stealing from each other or whatnot, getting into fights.
I mean, to be fair, the group that you usually play with doesn't tend to try to steal from each other.
You guys have been pretty good with it. I've made that a key part of my session zeros, because I've played a long time with players that we're very antagonistic with each other. I've played with those rogues who are constantly stealing from everybody in the party or setting traps to make people look stupid or something. Bards that
Even
try to
as
seduce other
rogue-
members or try to convince them to do things their character wouldn't do.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
I'll say, even if I was playing a straight rogue, I wouldn't steal from the party because I want those guys to have my
Yeah,
back.
exactly.
So the rogues who do that
Honor
are
among thieves
dumbasses.
thing.
No, self-preservation. The rogues who do that are just dumbasses.
So I think we're all on the same page there. You guys can feel free to have, arguments and whatnot amongst yourselves, but I don't think any of you guys are all that interested in like PvP combat against each other. Like that's
No.
no good.
Sound like a great way to introduce yourself to a new
No.
system.
Yeah.
Considering how like normally they aren't balanced. in
No.
PvP.
Most games are not balanced for player versus player.
God, no.
Yeah. The only time I ever do PvP, like combat stuff, is when I'm having players train
Right.
each other. So
And quite
Yeah.
frankly, this game, the different classes synergize and play off of each other so well that if you're fighting
Yeah.
against each other, you're losing a big part of the effective combat dynamic that you can have as a group working together.
Oh yeah.
As far as I always like to bring up the question of red flags, what people are comfortable with and what they're not comfortable with. I don't think in a game like this that we're going to come across anything that's going to really bother anybody. It's not going to be like adult rated situation. We're not dealing with
So Moria Death is
Moria
not
Death
showing
is not
up.
showing up. We're not dealing with women and children being kidnapped for nefarious reasons. We're not dealing with an
Those
excessive
were
amount of.
nefarious reasons.
I say nefarious reasons because I don't want to get any more in depth.
Fair. Those were pretty
Yeah.
nefarious.
But generally, I don't do excessive gory descriptions. I try to keep language, adult, mature, without it being too vulgar. And we're all on the same page. I've watched Trever play. I've played with of course Arlene and Taylor and Bravin. None of you guys curse like sailors or are describing in intimate detail monstrosities of gore. So I think we're going to be just fine there.
that's not
No,
me.
no.
No.
It's
like I think I might be one of the swearier ones, but even I tend to hold back
Yeah.
a bit.
I'm quite family friendly. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
You are, yes, you weird ball of sunshine.
I've given up trying to corrupt any of Arlene's characters. She's just made out of
One
rainbows
day
and
she's
glitter.
gonna make a
Not
dark
gonna
brooding
happen.
character
Yeah.
just to show she has range.
Oh no, I'll try. Not for this. Not for
Right.
this.
No, not for
maybe
this one. Not for
maybe
this one.
another one.
Yeah,
Maybe.
that never works for me. I try to make dark
Be a fun
brooding
challenge.
characters, but I'm too joyful of an individual. I just can't play grumpy,
Exactly.
moody
I
characters.
played a grumpy character and it made me so
Mhm.
grumpy.
Oh, I
And
bet.
so-
It's like no, that's the
Into
character.
it.
It's like honestly, it was kind of why I'm like at the end of the lesson, it was like it's like no, you need to go. Go.
Kill.
I was like, no, she had a pretty decent ending. It was just one of those. It's like I don't really want to play you anymore.
Yeah.
But knowing that knowing that we're going to be playing a less super serious game and a more lighthearted game, a more hero focused game, I want you guys to feel significant and feel powerful and feel like heroes. And knowing the characters that you want to play, I will say the main themes, the main antagonistic themes, adversarial themes here are going to be an oppressive religion, minor you know, body soul modification through things like necromancy, um, Borgification, if you want to draw from like Star Trek or Cyberpunk. Um, Possibly questions of authority, depending on how you guys play your cop characters, whether you want to be dirty cops, but I don't suspect that we're going to be interacting too much with the general civilian population of this station. You're probably you're gonna have something you need to do on station, which will probably be the first episode, and after that, you're going to be making your way towards the Star Forge. So there'll probably be a session in space and then a whole session in the orbiting star platform dealing with the cult itself.
In other space.
Yeah. So I don't think there's really anything I can think of that would bring up red flags. But if you guys can think of anything, feel free to mention them. Or, of course, as I said before, because this is on air, anything you don't necessarily want to bring up streamed live for everybody, you guys can let me know through Discord DMs. That's the general rundown of the basic mini arc framework and the my expectations for the game. Does anyone have any other words to say on that?
No, I think
Yeah,
I'm good.
I really don't anticipate anything coming up that I wouldn't be comfortable with. So, but
yeah.
Out of curiosity, though, just to throw it out, do you use like X cards or anything like that when we
I
play?
was just about to say, if at any time during play that anything comes up, just hold up a hand or hold up if you want to grab like a red index card or something, or if you want to like put up the pulse sign, just any sort of like or just cross your hands, just do anything visual over here, and I will stop, and you can be like, hey, I'm not feeling this right now. Can we move on? And I'll find some way to truncate what I'm doing. In the 4 years that I've been playing with this group and other groups past that, I think we've had like 2 or 3 situations where people were like, nope, move on. Let's so.
Yeah,
Right.
we almost came to one with me, but I got over it. Well, it's more a sense of I decided I was going to try it, and it was okay.
But at any time, just be like, hold on, just no.
Yeah, I don't anticipate it, but it's just good to know that's a tool that we have.
I understand that no means no, and sometimes you don't even need clarification. Just no, okay, we'll move on. I don't need to know why. I don't need to know the. We don't need to get into it. You say no, we move on. Okay. It's always good to bring up scheduling issues, but we've pretty much dealt with that already. We're gonna play every Saturday, 1 to around 5 o'clock ish. Maybe run a little bit later for an after show or if something comes up. I know Trevor, your hard line is near 6 because you have another game later this evening, right?
This weekend I have called everything off because I cannot properly
Right,
talk
because you're
very
dying.
well. Yes,
We're all
unfortunately.
dying, Jack.
We're all dying. But yes.
Oh, my
So
doctor.
normally I do have a game that I will be doing after this. But if we started it around the 1 to 5, is that Eastern?
Eastern,
time?
yeah.
Is that
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's
Awesome.
perfect. That leaves
I
me
was gonna say, what time zone are you in?
yeah, I'm in Mountain, so that's great because that'll be at 11 start time for me, and then it'll be over like 2 hours before my other campaign
Great,
goes.
perfect.
So, yeah, it's
Cool.
perfect.
You have family out in that time zone.
Yeah.
And Bravin, you said you're going to be missing one session around the Thanksgiving area, the 20th?
The one on the
20th,
20th.
yeah.
So I think that would put the second
Yeah.
session.
Which we'll be able to work around just fine. Depending on where we are, I'm probably just going to autopilot your character if you're okay with that. Instead of trying to find some way for them to disappear. I don't usually do I'm just going to wander off and then conveniently wander back in. I usually just try to autopilot any characters that don't have players controlling them. But I will never kill your
Unless
character
they
if
are
you're
like
not
super
here.
vital.
So you will develop 100% plot immunity if you are not here.
Oh,
Gotta
cool.
love
I'm
that.
gonna be
Excited
gone
for my
next week.
character. Can't wait.
Gotta love that GM given plot
Right.
armor. It's the best.
That'll be nice. That'll be nice.
The impossible difficulty plot
Right.
armor.
Yeah, so the plan is to do 3 or 4 sessions, all lasting about four-ish hours, 1 to 5 o'clock. If we get to a nice narrative point, we might call it a little early. If we want to try to push to that next big narrative point, we might go to like 5:30 or so. I don't want to go any further than that. And I would like to do an after show after every episode, if we can, just like a half hour after that. If we do end up going over, I'll subtract that time from the after show, or maybe we won't do an after show. But I'd love to do an after show. So if we could plan for around 1 to 5:30, whether that half hour afterwards is getting to something narrative or an after show, that's my plan. That sounds good. And that should put us at the 13th, 20th, 27th, and potentially the 4th of December. Then the 11th, we will do like a full post-game after-show analysis of the system, kind of just like the opposite bookend for what we did today to wrap things up. And then the 11th will be like the end of this series. That'll end before we get into all the holiday nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that sounds good.
Like, I don't know what you're talking about, because if you go into any stores, the holiday
It's already
nonsense is
begun,
already
yeah.
here,
Um,
and I hate it.
I will say, as far as I don't know, table protocol, table etiquette, I don't mind if you eat or you drink. If you do eat or drink, I do ask that you mute yourself so we don't have chomping, lip smacking noises. I don't mind if you consume an alcoholic beverage or whatnot, as long as you remain coherent and don't wind up on the floor giggling.
Hey.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Call him.
I
The best part.
I mean, that was before we streamed,
that's
so
true,
it was
yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
It's like because I intentionally drank too much because
you needed to.
But
Yeah.
yes, but usually it's a drink.
Yeah, so I mean, just normal common courtesy stuff, which I'm sure we're all good at already. You were all great people. I don't expect any problems. I would not have invited you if I expected problems.
Someone clip that bit where he said we're all great
Yeah.
people.
Hey.
Gotta save that for
Yeah.
when we blow up a
That's
star
true.
system.
How dare you?
You idiot!
You're all great people.
We have evidence.
Okay. Well, I think that that covers all of my usual concerns. Anyone have any questions? Story, table etiquette, anything at all?
Good.
I'm excited to get
All
started.
right.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
I still need to finish my character sheet, but hey, I'm
Yeah.
excited for it.
This is the second time I get to be on the player
Ooh.
end of this game,
Fun.
so I'm so hyped
Fun.
to actually
nice.
be able to play a character.
Well, let's actually use that as a segue to talk a little bit about our characters. I understand you guys don't need to have a fully completed character sheet right now,
Yeah.
but let's go through what you
I have
guys would like to
basic
play.
concept.
So like I said, you guys are going to be playing a team of 4, like a top tier, like what's like a SWAT team or something, like a yeah.
Nice.
You guys are the big field agents in
Elite.
the elite field agents in
Squad.
station security.
Nice.
So this is
So am I playing another equivalent of what the Querent is in your world?
no, you're not like an undercover
Okay.
agent. You're just you're
Okay.
like You're like a SWAT team as opposed to
We just-
a detective
Black
or
Ops.
We go in guns blazing. I like
you
that.
could if you
I like
wanted
that
to.
too.
Yeah.
It's like,
Got
no,
my
it's just
magic
another
book
one. I
in
was like, oh
hand.
no,
Yeah.
don't tell me I'm on another Black Ops team.
No, you're not playing a super political, super investigative Men in Black type character. You're
Okay.
basically a police officer, but like top tier like police officer. They
Yeah,
only
so
call
like
you
the
in
SWAT.
for big problems. And somebody hijacking
Yeah.
the sun and threatening to blow it up and draw people into it is definitely a high tier problem for you guys.
I would
Fair.
hope that that's a
Yeah.
high tier problem. If not, I'm real concerned for your galaxy.
Might want to move into a better neighborhood.
I know. It's
I
like,
want to leave.
but the school system's so good.
But generally,
It's just another Tuesday.
generally
night.
I figured that your group would have been doing this, as a career for quite a while now, and would have been together and know each other, at least a little bit. Been on runs together. You guys are partners. I want there to be some level of camaraderie, some level of understanding each other, which is hard to do when you first start out. So let's go around if we could, and just introduce the general idea of the player, or the character, their race, their class, any important like personality traits or goals or whatnot. Does anyone want to start? Should I call on somebody?
I can.
Well, should we
I can
roll it down?
start,
Oh, okay.
or we can. Whoever. I don't really care. Whatever you want to do.
I think the creator should
Yeah.
start.
Yeah.
What do you
We
got
have
for us, Trevor?
like a foundation to base ourselves off of.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, I
I
feel inadequate.
I am going to be playing a Celestia because they're fantastic
Celestia.
and they're super cool. They're great. I didn't realize how cool they are until I started building one, and I was like, "Oh, these guys are pretty sweet." I like the way they work. Not just the way they look; they actually work really well.
I'm surprised despite the fact that you made them.
I know. I love
I know. Well, the thing is like I love everything in this game, and then I go to make it, and I'm like, "Man, this is really
Mhm.
cool." So yeah,
Not me.
Look, I did a great job.
I'd be like, "Wow, good job, me! Wow, impressive! I didn't know I could do something like that." But no, so I'm going to be playing a Celestia Elder Mage, which Elder Mage is not in the core rulebook. It's going to be coming out as one of our side releases on our Patreon, and then after we get it tested, we'll get a full like super nice copy ready, and that'll be available for like $1 or something on our store there for people to
Okay,
take.
I
in.
did wonder because I noticed that didn't seem to be in the book.
It's not, yeah. It'll be one of our side releases. Super cool though. They're basically a class that has a book. And unlike most of the other mages in this game who use their own, powers and draw from the energy realm around them, these elder mages have a book that contains all their magic. And so they read the original archaic runes that were developed for spells a long time ago and cast magic that way using their book. Outside of that, they can only use the really old way of casting, which is runic casting, which takes a non-channeled spell and makes it a channeled spell. So it takes a long time for them to cast if they don't use it. But they're really cool because they get like ancient artifacts because they've been around for a long time, and they get a little familiar that follows them around at level 2.
Oh, I love that already.
Yeah. So I'll have a little I'm gonna have a little fey dragon that kind of floats around with me, that has like looks like they have butterfly wings, but those wings are gonna have like swirling galaxies inside of them to match my Celestia. And so yeah, the
That is adorable.
yeah.
Makes me really happy.
I know,
I
it's
can
great.
tell. I just see your smile getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, so she's a Celestia called Ara, which is actually a take off of the altar uh s- um uh whatever they're called in the sky, the stars. Constellations. Um and so yeah, so it's gonna be a caster that was their celestial mandate, which is what everybody gets as a Celestia. They get to choose like a goal that they were sent here for. Her goal when she was sent here almost 18,000 years ago was to make sure magic doesn't die out. and so she teaches people how to properly use magic and how to maintain the arcane current, and she watches it, and she's joined a few inquisitions to stop the chaotic spread of magic. And now she's ended up here because she felt a calling quite a while back to come here, though she has no clue why, but she's having fun. So that's what matters.
You've been around long enough. You've dealt with so many problems that being a cop is a vacation.
Oh yeah, this is great. Like take my I feel like because I actually took the professor expertise, which is another one that's coming out. So good at training people. So probably helping some of the newbie cops that
Nice.
come in and hanging out.
Yeah,
So tried to
arcane
make
law
it best
enforcement
fit your
would be
yeah.
a huge aspect of law enforcement. Yeah.
Oh yeah, stopping that wild magic from going haywire is like it seems like something that would be very important, especially on a station.
Right.
So yeah, after thousands and thousands of years of exploration, it's like, okay, well now I'm called to go here. Don't know why, but woof, better than dealing with chaos outside. So
So
until the star,
right, until the SAR gets hijacked and explodes. Yeah.
yes.
So generally lighthearted, upbeat, inquisitive
Yeah, she's very
professor
yep,
character.
very joyful, very inquisitive, loves teaching people and answering
All
questions.
right.
Very that's usually how my characters are, very
Nice.
jovial.
Uh,
Lots of spells.
what else do we have? Arlene, I want to know about your Topican character because I'm sure it's adorable.
All right. Yeah. So first of all, since Topicans don't have gender, their pronouns are they, them, for obvious reasons. But their name is Cypress because they are a cypress tree Topican, or a field knight warlord.
Sorry, I'm just
And I
imagining
haven't.
Arlene as a warlord.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. I haven't fully come up with a backstory yet. So far, I've just been working on the character sheet itself. But they do have rocket boots and a jetpack, so I'm super excited to use those.
Yeah. Now here's the
It'd be
question.
awesome.
Are your jetpack and rocket boot built into your character? Or are they going to be actual rocket boots and jetpacks that you have? Like I have someone who was playing a Topican one time and they had these like wings made out of like fireflies burst out of their backs to
Oh,
act as the
that's
jetpack.
cool.
Yeah, that's something I also
Yeah.
should have mentioned in session
Oh,
0.
what?
As long as it maintains the same mechanical functionality, you can flavor anything however you want.
Yeah, I was gonna flavor the power hammer because, like, since they're a tree, they can grow, obviously. So their arm becomes a giant hammer. They can like swing at things.
Oh,
Nice.
that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's
I've heard
that
of that.
power hammer going on. Let's see here. So yeah, I guess the rocket boots, because Cypress do have knees. So that's
They do.
little boosters that come out the ground to launch them up.
All
I
right.
guess be cool.
I like that character.
So I'm sure
I'll come up with something for the
I'm
jetpack.
sure from Arlene here, we're expecting a highly argumentative, brooding, backstabbing character. Wait,
But yeah, totally.
no,
Very
scratch that.
conniving.
Reverse.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Another bundle of
it's
rainbows
kind
and
of
sunshine.
yeah. Super excited. Oh yeah, the ancestry path. I picked crap, where did I write that down? The Yora season of rainfall. So I can go
That's a
5
good
times the
one.
amount of time without the need for light and
All
water.
right.
I don't need to eat or sleep. But I do need food. I only need
That sounds
15 minutes. I know, right? There's so many
sounds
polyconnect
familiar.
connections in this thing. Oh, wait, let me show you my background. Hold up.
So,
But this is what I call Cypress's swamp.
all
Oh,
right.
Where
nice.
Cypress came
All
from.
right.
Nice.
That's
Cypress's,
great.
this is Cypress's hometown right here.
Perfect.
That's their aunt.
More trees.
Well, I guess they don't have aunts and uncles because they don't have gender, but they're all of Cypress's relatives right here behind me. It's a
Mhm.
family
All
picture.
right.
That's great. It's a beautiful
Yeah.
family picture. I could see the
Thank
resemblance
you.
between the characters. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
I love it.
What?
I like that so far.
Okay. What about Robin? What's your character all
Oh,
about?
right. Okay. So the character I'm making, still in development, but I have mostly fleshed out. So, I am playing a mimic, which is going to be super exciting. Um, and I decided to play a Reaper as the race, which seems like it could be like a pit trap for making like an edgelord character. But there's like the different kinds of Reapers. So I went with Order. So they're all about symmetry and strategy, and it's interesting because like the Reapers are from different realms, and so Renier, who's the Reaper that I made, is from the realm of Order, but draws from like the realm of Reflection because that's like the powers that mimics use.
Mm-hmm.
So sort of dipping into like different realms there. Um, and let's see, what else do I need to talk about? Oh yeah. So the subclass, there are the 3 different subclass for mimics. I chose the third one. What was it called?
Delusionist.
Yeah, Delusionist. So he's also a spellcaster and focuses
great.
on casting. It seems like it's a lot of like misleading or like illusion related spells. So there's gonna be a lot of really cool stuff with that. As far as like personality and backstory, so Renier originated sort of into growing up into a local hollow dodgeball scene, where he was quickly becoming a professional using those sort of like mimic abilities to deflect balls back and just like destroy any competitors. But after an unfortunate accident that injured his shoulder, he decided to fall back on his side job as a bodyguard, which eventually led to his career in with the police force.
I love the idea
That's
that
amazing.
Hollow Dodgeball it's going to be like a full like NFL like sport league.
Yeah.
Just like the
He had a full scholarship and then lost it
yeah.
all.
Man, I love how your backup job was a bodyguard too. Like your full job is reflecting those hollow things back at people, and then my side hustle is a bodyguard. It's like, what's your weapon gonna be as a Reaper?
Oh right, that's what. Yeah. Because I get I forgot to mention that as a Reaper I get a they start with a realm weapon. So I was going to have, just to sort of like reflect the like mimicry, it's just going to be like, it's going to be like a long sword, but the blade is going to be like completely reflective. So it's going to be like mirror anything that looks at it,
Alright.
and I can use it to cut into the realm of Order.
Ooh. For some reason, I just had a picture that you were going to say, "Oh, I just throw
Right,
volleyballs
yeah,
at people."
it's a hollow ball. Yep.
Waka.
Yeah, yep.
That's a really good idea.
See, it'd be great. Just throwing volleyballs like
Projectiles.
reflection created like purple glowing hollow balls that you just throw at people. Like that's what I just pictured you were gonna do. I don't know why.
I love it.
I throw such a mean dodgeball and it cuts between planes of existence.
Oh, that's so good.
Yes, I love it.
Imagine what you could have done without your injury. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. That's
Yes. Oh, I want this so much.
So
uh
do you have any particular reason why you went from a pro hollow dodgeball player to SWAT
What?
to being on a SWAT team essentially?
Oh, okay,
Because
yeah.
you're not just a
So
bodyguard, you're
basically,
like an elite special forces security person.
I mean, basically, it comes down to sort of that class again, in that it was just a matter of like, when it comes to defense, like mimics are sort of like, you come at me and then send it right back at you. So it seems like that would be the kind of thing that, like, if I was to pick someone to sort of handle dangerous or like violent situations, someone who can just receive violence and send it right back, seems like they would be good at that. So
So it was a
that sort of like
recognized
bodyguard.
skill that you had that you figured you could work with.
Yeah, so once like it was clear that like the athletic track wasn't going to work, he instead decided to like pursue advancing that career. And what was eventually just like oh, this is gonna be my side gig to sort of like make sure I can get by until I become pro athlete, and then that never happened.
Sure. All right.
Man, you guys have already amazing characters. I love this. I'm also glad you chose Delusionist because I can't wait to see what you do with the illusions.
Oh my god, it's gonna be. I'm so excited for it.
Especially because you can shatter your illusions to cast spells,
And I
it's
can
just
swap
great.
places with them.
Yep. It's so cool. And then okay,
Yeah.
sorry, I get
Yeah.
way too excited about this when people start giving the class ideas and stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited for it.
So is this character going to be the showboaty, washed up athlete that's always harkening back to his glory days? And
Absolutely,
All right.
I love playing like extravagant showboaty
Nice.
characters. So all the way,
nice.
just
Oh,
I love it.
all glory days.
you could get the illusionary dance spell and you summon like copies of you that all play dodgeball and like throw
No, it needs to summon
the
cheerleaders.
dodgeballs and people.
Yep, yep.
Cheerleaders, there you go.
Summon your own hollow cheer team.
Oh,
Yes.
that's amazing. I love this.
Anytime he messes anything up, it's just the excuse is just, oh, you know, I'm not in my prime anymore.
Right.
And anytime he does anything right, he's like,
Oh, the injury's
"Imagine
acting
how
up.
much better that could have been if I still had a good shoulder."
Yep. All right. I just imagine this character like getting the final like how do you want to do this kill and just like going like full like NFL showboat in the end zone, just like cut off somebody's head, grab it, and just like spike it down. What?
Yeah. I'll have to figure out his touchdown.
Yeah,
dance.
touchdown dance. Yep, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
you use
Maybe
you
throw in
use
a
your
moonwalk with
spell.
it.
You
Yeah.
use your spell just to literally summon hype
Yep.
people for when you're dancing. Like,
Yeah,
oh,
my illusion.
Yep. Love it.
Mhm.
Okay, and of course, to wrap up this team, what do we got from Taylor?
Oh, that's a good question. I feel so inadequate compared to this to these
Hey,
guys.
you got a week to expand. This is
I
building the
know.
foundations.
Okay, so the Dalkindred, is that how you pronounce it? Okay.
Yep.
I was looking at being one of those.
nice.
Yes. Which, yeah, does totally look like something that could lean into being brooding and whatnot, but I don't want to be that. So yeah, this is one where I just sort of imagine that, like I described, where they're basically using like an energy pack, or
Yeah.
as Jeff pointed out, like a pint of blood as a juice
Mhm.
box.
I love the Dalkindred.
It's great. The dog catcher, there's so much fun. Good choice on that.
So, what class are
Yeah.
you going with?
I am. So as much as I kind of wanted to do the Thaumatek, I am kind of thinking combat medic just because that seems kind of funny. To have essentially a vampire as your
Yeah.
medic.
That sounds great.
I know. They were sort of studying things out of curiosity. It's like, oh, it's interesting. This is how it works, and can I fix that? Yeah. Oh, but they look like they might be a little too far gone. So,
And if you can take them apart, you can
there's
put them back
lunch.
together, right?
What?
If you can take them apart, you can put them back together, right?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. So
Absolutely.
it's like I might. It's like so. What I'm looking at is potentially going on. It's like just sort of going on the sawbones just for narrative reasons.
Love it.
That's a
Yeah.
good one.
I love that one of it is malpractice. It's like yes.
It's great.
No, it's like yes.
I'm very proud of all the names for the abilities because they give you such a lore like behind it.
Yeah.
With just
I
the
mean, it's-
name.
It's like sure, she's a combat medic. Did she actually study medicine? Sure. Does she have a degree? What are you, Cop? You want
Medicine, culinary. I mean, they're kind of the same thing to a Dalkindred.
Yeah, exactly.
No, just don't. Just don't ask what's in the pot.
I like the idea of like a healing tax. Like I'll heal you, but I'm gonna take a snack first.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you fire your gun and steal HP from someone, and then you take a little bit of it yourself, and then you're like, wait, just a second, guys. Yeah, you can have it.
Yep.
I was just leaning over them. I was like, no, I'm healing them. I
Yeah.
promise.
It's just a little, I promise. I can quit whenever I
Don't worry,
want.
you'll be
Okay.
fine. It's like, you don't need all of your blood. It was coming out anyway.
All right.
So I've still got a bigger conceptualization of the character. Yeah, but in general, it's like, I'm thinking of doing the Dalkendrith combat medic Sawbones.
Right.
That's a
I
great
think
idea.
this
I
is
love
a
that.
fantastic group of characters that you guys kind of came to independently. Because we
It also explains how I get the blood packs.
yeah.
Oh no.
It's like I was just volunteering down at the local blood drive. This is
Yeah.
mine. It's not
Yeah.
yours.
Uh,
For personal use, for science and dinner.
but I
Science
think
and dinner.
we have a nice rounded group here with a field knight providing some tankiness and some
I'm not the
yeah.
tank.
And battlefield manipulation from the delusionist. We got spell casting covered, and then we have a vampire medic.
What
Yeah.
a combo.
Look, I will know if somebody is dying or
Yeah.
not.
It's like that video game Vampire.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I played that game. Yeah,
I need to play it still. I
the
think
one
I
they spelled
might
with the
have it.
Y.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
might have it. I should go. So,
Yeah. I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little janky in some places, but I kind of liked the narrative of it.
Let me.
Well, you all made some great character ideas. This is
Yeah.
what I love about this game is it just lets you do really whatever you want. And it's just you guys are great. This is awesome.
I've had a
No, I'm super excited to try it
Yeah.
out.
I've had a ton of fun creating characters for this game, and I don't even have a game to play in. Like I just love making characters.
Oh, I will happily host a one shot so you can play.
I'll take you up on that
sometime in
sometime.
the future.
Yeah.
I am happy to do that, especially after all the amazing stuff you did today. So
Well, I have to say I haven't had this much fun building characters since like my early days in D&D 3.5. Just
well, I loved what was the character you
drink.
came up with? Was it an architect?
a Topican
Was
architect.
it a Topican
Yeah.
architect? Yeah, that was a great idea.
I like the idea that it was a Topican that grew up or was planted and grew up around the shell of an old deceased prototype.
Mhm.
And incorporate it because they're actually half prototype, half Topican from the half.
I loved the way you explained that. So good.
No, I have a ton of characters. I've already made a ton of characters.
Oh,
Like,
sure.
I love character creation.
You're like me. I have like 100 characters that I've made, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna put all those on the side and try this new character out.
Yeah. Well, I think.
Oh, so I'll have 2 medics creeds. So this, I'll have 2 medics creeds. It says you gain an additional one at 5.
Huh?
Because you get one at 2, and then you gain an additional one at 5. So I'll have 2 of these, which gives me 2 like extra little things with attacks.
Sure.
You're muted.
Yep, I just saw that. Sorry, I've been coughing so much. I don't want to cough in your guys'
It's
ears.
okay.
I keep muting myself. Question for the warlord: when you
Yes.
charge, you leave behind like a flame trail. Are you gonna have like
Flowers.
a bunch of rose bushes you leave behind or something that like burn people
Ooh,
as they...
that-
Just a
I didn't
trail
know
of
how
like poison
flavor
ivy.
towards
It's like
Topican
they're
you're
poisonous
going.
thorn bushes.
Yeah, like like poison ivy, because poison ivy burns and
I'm actually-
it's got the itch.
I'm actually highly allergic to that stuff.
God.
Ooh.
No,
Like, I
I
have to
will
get the
have
prescription
to figure
steroids
out
to get rid of it.
I'm gonna work on flavoring Cypress
Yeah.
this week. That's my project. Which, by the way, I think I just came up with a somewhat backstory for Cypress. So,
That's nice.
yeah, because I was well, I was looking at it, and it says that the majority of the Topican channel tranquility of the forests and stuff, so they're all just kind of chill. But Cypress, of course, like super energetic and not tranquil, so they didn't fit in quite as well, even though they were accepted. But they wanted to use that energy to their advantage and find something that they could do to make the universe a little better. So they're using that, just like kind of launching around and stuff like that. Working on it.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like we have a good group, both mechanically, and I feel like all the personalities are gonna fit together. Everybody seems pretty upbeat, so that's good. Let
Oh no, I'm gonna basically be the TF2 medic.
let me ask. Does anybody feel confident being squad leader, like the captain of this team? Like you guys should all have. I don't want one person dictating what everybody does, but I feel
Yeah.
like somebody would be like the senior officer. Like you guys would converse as a team and come to team consensus, but in the heat of the moment, who's sitting in the captain's chair? And there will
feel like
be
it's
an actual
probably-
captain's
Assume
chair.
the one with the most experience, like the oldest one in the group, hint, hint, the one that
I think it would probably be the field knight.
Yeah.
me? What? No.
I think it would be the tank.
Really? I don't think so.
I do.
Scary.
I'm not old. I'm only 18.
1,000.
1,000.
Yeah.
But
Oh, sorry, another
18,
detour,
that
but,
will. I'm
um,
pretty sure my lifespan is 500 years, so.
Mine's only like 400, so don't feel bad.
mine's like maybe 200, I think, something like that.
yeah,
Uh,
technically mine's only
Cypress is
supposed to
also
be
very tall.
mine's only supposed to be
uh,
like 600 years, but elder mages are ageless, and
Ah.
my Celestia
I was-
hasn't met their goal yet.
Yeah.
So
I was gonna say ageless, like the elf equivalent people. What are the Elan?
the Elon, yeah, there's actually an ageless expertise that they get.
Mhm.
And,
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
I was like, they were the ones I was originally looking at, and then it's like, no, let's do something a little different. But also because I looked at the wrong book first and didn't see all the other classes or the races. And then it's like, this doesn't seem right. What's this Topican thing? And it's like, oh, here's all the other ones.
Well, you guys can think on it and discuss throughout the week if one person wants to be the squad leader. It's not a requisite. I mean, maybe your group just works without anyone necessarily in charge. I'm fine with that. But you guys will have a ship. So somebody is actually going to have to sit in the captain's chair. So I'll leave that up to you guys.
Look, I'm going to be in med bay. Thank you. Bye.
I don't think I put any points into pilot.
I will say that's something I was going to bring up.
Really?
Because one of the core themes of this game is that the sun is projecting a siren signal, drawing ships into the sun, and you have to get to the sun. Having a pilot is probably going to be quite helpful. Having a pilot and having a programmer. So I would encourage somebody to be a pilot and somebody to put points into piloting and somebody to put points into programming. But if nobody wants to play those, I can just give you an NPC. But
I have lots of points in programming actually, because of something that came up in my backstory. So
we've got that.
I should be able to. I can just move some stuff around because I have Reapers get extra skill points, so I can move some stuff around and put some into piloting.
Nice.
And take that role.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I'm not gonna lie. It's like you have. It's like I love all these classes because the other one I was looking at was the Necromancer, and it looks really cool.
Yeah, they're all.
Necromancer's a fun one.
I know. It's like you have just all these classes. Like I want to try that out sometime. I want to try that one out, and that one.
Yep, that's my issue with this game, which is why I made the Mimic one where you can put on multiple different masks and play all the
That's the
classes.
best thing because one thing I'll say about like D&D, there's just you'll come across a class and it's like, nope, don't want to deal with that or that one. It's like, okay, these ones I want, and these ones I'm gonna stick with. And you just never want to really deviate a lot from certain classes.
Yeah, I'm always a wizard in that game.
I will say I don't expect ship combat to be a big thing. It might come up, it might not. But because this is only a mini series, like we might have one session dedicated to space, and it might not even be an entire session just in space and on a ship.
Mhm.
But as far as how ships work, as far as like the departments, you have the captain's chair, you have communication officer, engineer, navigator, pilot, and weapon master for sitting in probably multiple different
Mhm.
weapon mounts.
Mhm.
So we have 5 people and 6 slots to fill. So some might go unused, some might be AI controlled or NPC controlled. But I am interested who would sit in the captain's chair. It sounds like we'll have a pilot. I assume
So,
almost
what exactly does the captain do specifically?
their role, their ability from sitting in the captain's chair is that they may give a player an additional action or an auto hit dice.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's very
Yeah.
good to have a
Yeah.
captain.
well then,
Because it's basically the
well, I
captain
guess
gives
I'll do
orders and inspirational speeches to make sure that somebody does a particular
Yeah.
thing very well.
Oh,
It's great. I love everything in this game. I know I say that's another thing. Like you talk about 3.5 and sci-fi, like I just say I love everything, so you can
Yeah.
take shots every time I say that. Actually don't. That'd be bad for your health. But it I love the way space combat works because you're not all like each individually working on each individual turns. You're all one ship
Mhm.
turn and you're all working together collectively to perform your
Mhm.
actions. And it's like everybody works together. The captain like kind of directs and gives the orders and commands, and everybody's work. It's so much fun. I've always loved doing space
Mhm.
combat and just flight because it just works so well.
I love a good space combat system.
Yeah. And then you get to like me when I'm GMing and your players are like, oh, I don't get the effects of the void. So can my allies launch me to the other ship and I'll
Oh,
activate?
that would be me. I'd be
I want to attack the enemy ship. Okay, fire your weapon mount. I didn't say anything about a weapon mount. I want to hit it with my great sword. What?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Drive me closer so I can hit it with my
the chainsaw.
greatsword. I
I
had
think
a
you mean hollow
warlord.
dodgeball.
Yeah.
Just lean out the window.
Yeah.
I had a warlord
Just crack
once,
their windshield.
actually, who got launched through space, and then they activated their warlord ability, and they like burned a bit of the wall, and then they
Mm.
managed to leap inside where they burned into.
Nice, nice.
Oh wow.
Yes, I love it.
cool.
Yeah, it's insane the amount of
Yeah.
stuff that
The-
happens.
These
in
are
this
the,
game.
these are the
It's great.
shenanigans that I encourage in this game. Like you guys
Yep.
can get away with stuff that I would not let you get away with in a more serious D&D game, but this one, just have at it.
Man, what are you gonna do when we switch back into D&D game and want to do
Who
crazy
said anything
shit?
about switching back to D? Never mind. Yeah. So I would say,
You want Christian back
I
eventually, don't you?
suppose, yeah. It might be helpful for somebody to also have some mechanics ability in case the ship might get damaged, but that's probably not going to be a big problem.
I have high mentality, so I may not be skilled in it, but I can at least give it
Sure,
a shot.
sure. Piloting would probably be a good idea.
Yeah, I've got that.
Nice. And obviously, I assume medicament is going to be handled by our combat medic.
Probably.
Technically. Don't ask for the Don't ask about the suspicious disappearances, though.
I won't question.
Cool. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else that's kind of a requirement. The only I only mention piloting because you are going to have to get to the sun somehow.
I will do my best to not fly us
Sure.
into the sun.
That would be preferable.
Yeah, that would be.
You don't want to know what happens if a Celestia, who's a literal
Oh,
galactic
yeah.
body, flies into a solar system or into a sun. Probably not a good thing.
Is it a black hole? Is that what happened?
Well, maybe. I did have players who their Celestia friend died, so while they were alive, they made an antimatter bomb using their
Mm.
corpse. So I'm sure something bad could
Honestly,
happen.
I approve
Yeah.
of that.
I approved of it too. It was great. What a way to into one
Yeah.
shot. They killed the void worm. So.
Nice. Nice. Okay. I think that covers any mechanical concerns I had. Like I said, we're going to be starting minimum level 5, potentially level 7. That should give everybody a nice pool of hit points. Celestia gets that nice front-loaded bonus of hit points, which is fun.
Yes, thankfully, because I get 3 plus 3 every
Right,
level.
yeah,
so
Elder Mage doesn't get a lot. Yeah.
Even with that front load, I'm sure you guys will beat me by a
I
10.
mocked up a level 1 Celestial Mimic that at that first level has 28 HP.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
it's
Crazy.
great.
Yes.
Yeah, and then it kind of like counteracts and
Eventually
as the game gets
yeah.
later on, it meets. But if you want that tank ability at the beginning, like Celestia are real good at that. As a mimic too.
Yeah,
Oof,
yeah.
that's horrifying.
And her name?
I have
Good morning. I love this character.
good morning.
I love
Oh,
all of my
oh.
characters.
That's
Adorable.
great. I love
All right, I
that.
forgot to say what my character's name was.
Oh yeah, do you have a name?
Yeah, I named her Katie's.
Oh, okay.
Is that a reference
I
to
will
something?
remember.
Katie?
No.
Katie's?
Katie's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, I think that covers everything on my end. We're approaching 5:30. That was my intended wrap up here because we don't need to do an after show because this is all us just talking anyway.
This would essentially be what an after show is
Basically,
like.
yeah.
Digressions and
Do you
everything.
guys have any questions for each other as far as, each other's characters and how they fit in, how you guys might relate together? And obviously we have a whole week for you guys. Like, I do encourage you over the week to pop in Discord and be like, hey, I think it'd be fun if my character and your character knew each other because of this, that, or the other thing. Or we have a playful rivalry going on or whatnot. But does anyone have any questions for each other? Questions, suggestions, whatever?
Does anyone watch Hollow Dodgeball?
I've probably heard of it. Along
No.
with the competitive knitting that one of my other groups made.
God.
Are you kidding? Have you ever heard of yarn bombing?
Yarn bombing? Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
I've heard of that.
That's actually a real thing.
Yep, I know. Now that you mention it.
I was like, yeah, someone yarn bombed the Wall Street Bull.
Oh.
Adorable.
Huh.
It's like just covered it in knitting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It's funny the stuff that's out there.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I suppose we're about winding down there then. I've asked this already, but any final questions, concerns, remarks you guys might want to throw out?
I'm looking
I think I'm
forward to
good.
having fun.
All right.
Oh wait,
yeah,
how
I'm
big is this ship that we're gonna be in? Because my character is 7'4".
Oh, that's fine.
Oh, you have a big
Is
one.
that gonna be a problem? Okay, cool.
I'm 4'5".
Nice.
You're like,
Yeah.
I'm like the size of your
Yeah.
leg. Like,
I decided I was going to be like 5'2" because I've got tired of being a tall character.
oh,
Yeah.
that's
Well,
great.
the thing said that they tend to be tall,
Mhm.
so
Yeah.
Yeah, they can
Yeah.
be. I did have someone who
they're
played
cute.
a 1'4" mushroom that
Mm.
carried
My
around a
God.
great chain blade. That was
I love
Yeah.
it.
hilarious.
So cute. Carried or dragged?
Yes.
Well, good question. Yes.
I will say the ship you're going to be on is a frigate class ship or a corvette class ship.
Okay.
So the next size up from just like a personal fighter, but not like a destroyer.
Mhm.
So it'll easily be able to fit all of you guys. It has weapon mounts, it has cargo space, it has space for taking prisoners or refugees or whatever you might get into. So it's a big ship. It's not it's a big ship for inter solar travel, and it's capable of interstellar travel, but it's not like a large carrier ship or battleship or anything like that.
Sorry, I just had a thought. It's like, we have a brig, but I'm going to say Katie's probably calls it the snack locker.
Sure. Yep.
Ah.
The pantry. The
pantry.
people pantry. There you go.
It's locked up. It's, there's
The
locked
people
up.
pantry.
The
It's the
fridge.
snack locker.
The
Yeah.
fridge.
It's the fridge.
I considered that, but it's like, no, it's the snack locker.
It's the cabinet.
I mean, I prefer mine free range, but
Oh, that's great. That's why I like the
like a
dark
little bit
humor.
of dark humor.
That's one way to get a bonus point on intimidation. Just take your glove off and be like, "Don't make me." You're looking like a snack right now, like literally. So.
You look absolutely delicious.
Oh, thank you. Oh, you're a Kindred. I should be concerned.
It's like, oh, you look delightful. I bet you just taste sweet as pie.
I'd love to have you for dinner.
Yep.
Like,
Do you mean over for dinner?
All those terrible
No.
jokes.
Oh.
I have so many plant puns.
Awesome.
Oh, perfect.
Awesome. I'm looking
That's the
forward to it.
best.
Yeah.
I get to do all the terrible jokes
Yeah. Yeah.
about eating people.
Yeah, I mean, more than anything, I want this game and I want this show to be fun. So have fun. Just have fun with it.
Oh, perfect. Just don't call me old.
All right, Grandma.
10,000 years. 10,000 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
18, isn't it?
We're
rounding down. You never ask a lady your age.
We're rounding down.
Yeah, she can, just give an estimate,
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that
Oh, it was like, hey, do you remember this thing? It was before my time. Bullshit.
Lies. You were around when the dinosaurs were there.
Nothing was before your time.
okay. Well, I think that just about covers everything then. As I said before, feel free to ask any questions or bring up any concerns over Discord DMs. I encourage you guys to continue talking with each other throughout the week as you develop your characters. Maybe interweave some backstory ideas. Have conversation in out of character, whatever it might be. And we will pick up with the beginning of our demonstration gameplay miniseries next week. I'm super excited. I can't wait to run this game. It sounds like you guys have some fantastic characters. I am so ready for this story that I've mocked up.
Wish we could play right now.
Yeah,
I know.
I'm dying to play.
No, it's like, oh, I don't have anything to do, and I have to be awake for like 12 more hours.
Oh gosh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Well, it's because I'm having to do overnight shifts now. Like I said, that's why I was so tired earlier, because I still had to get up earlier than I would have liked.
I imagine so. I hated overnight. That's like all I did for like 7
Well,
years.
I mean, I got lucky
God.
because I actually asked for this week off from work. I
Mhm.
didn't know this was the week we were switching to overnights because I didn't tell anybody.
Oh, okay.
But basically, we had that Saturday, we were having to get up at 2:30 in the morning because we had a double truck. And then the next day, everybody's got to be in at 10 p.m. Meanwhile, I'm like, my vacation starts at midnight on Monday. I will not be there. And they're like, yeah, no, we know you won't. Yeah, we're going to take you off the schedule for that. It's like, good. Because they originally had me scheduled from like 10 to 6:30 in the morning. I was like, no, I won't be there.
Well,
You approve this vacation.
hopefully you get your sleep schedule figured out and are nice and rested for our upcoming games.
We can
Yeah.
hope. No promises.
Right.
Caffeine, it will be my life.
Yeah, I know. I'm working on my own sleep schedule problem, so I know.
I know.
Okay. Yeah, feel free to ask any questions about character creation throughout the week as well. And I will.
Sorry, I accidentally had my pointer over Bravin's screen, and it went right over one of his eyes. So I thought he had a weird eye patch all of a sudden. And I was very confused. It's like, oh, no, that's just me.
To wrap up here, because we're wrapping up, we're at time. We've done all the discussion that I think we need. One more shout out and thank you and welcome to the amazing Trever Archuleta. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for being here, answering questions, clarifying things, helping us with characters. And I am so excited to see what you do, playing your very own game, and running through my story. I'm very excited for it.
Thanks for having
We
me.
do have everybody's Twitter information up on the screen right now, so go check out all of these wonderful people over on Twitter. I've linked the website
What was the last thing you posted on Twitter?
for Veil of the Void in chat a couple times, so you can scroll up and find the link to that, where you can get the free demo book, look through the forum, and look at all the other nice little free tidbits that he has available there. And I heavily encourage going and picking up the core rulebook because it's well worth it. It has so many more species and class options. It has one of the best GM guidelines section of a book I've seen, and it's even more worth it because I'm a coupon now.
Yes.
So what was that again, Trevor? How do they make me a coupon?
So if they go on checkout, and it's for both the PDF or the book, and it's a collective discount. So if you buy the book and the PDF, you get 20% off both, in the same order. So that's great. Or 15% off. Sorry.
15.
The code will be Ascension with a capital A, and then all the rest of them will be lowercase. So
All right.
Nice.
Awesome.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Yeah.
You can cross it off the bucket list.
That's great. That's great.
Like a coupon.
Okay. With that, yeah, we talk about Twitter. Go check out everybody on Twitter. I'm going to be dropping other polls and sneak peeks and references to the VOD for this video and the edit down of the tutorial video. That's all going to be posted there. That's where I'm going to be releasing advertisements and polls and little tidbits here and there. You got links to my Patreon and my Ko-Fi page if you would like to support this channel. I hope you find it useful, and I hope you want to see more of it. And the more support I may get through this, the more support I can give to other fellow creators, because pretty much anything I get in from donations like that is going to go straight to buying other PDFs, other rule systems, buying artwork from artists on Twitter to get character art and scenes drawn up. If we get that far, if we get that much. So as I grow, I want to help other people grow. That's kind of that's a core tenet of RPGs Uncovered, because I wouldn't be able to do this show without fantastic creators like Trever here making fantastic games. So any support I get is going to go right back into the community. So if that sounds like a good goal for you, we got bits that can fall down in the tip jar down there. We got Patreon, we got Ko-Fi. Over on those, I will be releasing the after shows and various guides and the character sheets for all of these amazing sounding characters, enemy sheets and whatnot. So you're gonna get some cool incentives and some cool rewards for your donations, for your support. And last but not least, if you are not part of our Discord, I do encourage you to come hang out with us in Discord. We're all going to be available there. We have a whole new channel server section for RPGs Uncovered, where you can discuss Veil of the Void. I'm going to be posting free resources and links to various things for Veil of the Void, discuss the campaign, and even make further suggestions and ask questions about upcoming RPGs that you want to see featured on RPGs Uncovered. So come hang out with us there. That's all linked down below. We also have the general channels, all kinds of memes and polls and dice for everybody to oogle at. So it's a growing community of amazing people, and getting better and better with with the likes of Trever and Bravin joining us. All right, I think that's about all I have, except for an abundance of excitement for next week.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
All right.
I am so excited.
Gonna
Well,
be way too much fun.
thank you, players, for sticking around during the tutorial. I know that that was just a lot of sitting around and listening to me talk, but I hope it was educational for you guys. I especially hope it was
very.
educational for you you audience members. I would love to see more people running Veil of the Void and talking about Veil of the
Me
Void.
too.
Supporting Trever here, going and grabbing the rules and whatnot. The main point behind RPGs Uncovered is to show that it's not as difficult, it's not as time consuming to get into a new game as people think. So if you check out just one other game than the game you're used to playing, then I can consider RPGs Uncovered a success, because I'm here to broaden the gaming horizons of players,
Awesome.
because I think that's super important. You get so much broader
Mhm.
perspective, so many other sources for inspiration, the more different games you play. So that's all I got. I usually segue into an after show at this point, but we're not going to do that today. I just sadly have to stop talking and turn off the camera and wait until next week.
Oh.
You have to do heart tomatoes.
Oh
Yeah.
man.
Okay. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, audience members, for joining us. Come hang out with us on Twitter and Discord, where we can continue this conversation and ask questions and all that. And check back throughout the week, because I am going to be doing more stuff on this channel, my regular stuff on this channel. On Monday, I'm actually switching things around. I have an announcement to make, but I'm not going to make it yet because I don't want to jinx things. But we're probably not going to be doing XCOM on Monday anymore. I'm going to move that to Wednesdays. And this Tuesday is actually when I'm going to be starting my my appearance on the Call of Cthulhu game over at Studio Tembo with Jeff Harvey. We're taking a brief intermission from Star Trek Adventures. We're going to be doing a few episodes of Call of Cthulhu. I am so ready for that as well. That's going to be a really fun mini-series to check out. So if you want some strange eldritch nonsense to go with this science fantasy, you can head over to twitch.tv/Studio Tembo and check that out. In a few weeks, we'll be getting back to our usual Star Trek Adventures game, Star Trek Europa, which is one of the best pieces of Star Trek content I've ever seen. Of course, I'm biased because I'm the captain now. And on Wednesday, we'll be continuing our XCOM Chimera Squad playthrough, which is super fun. Very different game from the original 2 XCOM games, but it's been fun playing through. And then finally, next Saturday, we're going to be getting back to this, going to be starting up the first episode of the Siren Sun, which I am so excited for. I'm so excited. All right, with that,
Gonna have crazy characters.
With that, I leave you guys in your excitement for Veil of the Void and Siren Sun. I encourage you to go check out the rules and consider making your own character, or even better, making your own story and running the game. And while you are doing that, to help get the creative juices flowing, one of the best ways to do so is with the instilled creative juices of a nice juicy heart tomato. Good night, everybody.
I do love that that's become a thing.
It's totally a thing. Heart tomatoes.
Yes, everybody.
I
do it.
love that it's a
For
thing.
anybody just joining us because of RPGs Uncovered, I couldn't do the heart thing. It just kind of looks like a tomato thing, so it's a heart tomato. Yeah.
Okay. That makes
They're
sense.
very
Like I
nutritious
said,
and really boost mood boosting properties. Antioxidants and all that good stuff.
The iron.
Also, heart tomatoes do
They
actually
do exist. Yeah. All right.
Oh, well, there you go. Even better.
Good night, everybody, and I will see you next week for more Veil of the Void.